What's up everyone? You're here at Gringotts Hub. We're dropping something epic today. What if Harry found a secret vault containing all 12 founder rings and became the supreme sovereign of all magic at age 8? Like and subscribe if you enjoy. Let's get started. Chapter 1, The Vault Beneath the Hollow. The summer Harry Potter turned 8, he discovered that the ground remembers things people try to forget. It started, like most things in his life, with an act of cruelty so ordinary it barely registered. Uncle Vernon had been in one of his moods, the loud kind, the kind that filled the entire house with a pressure like a coming storm, and Aunt Petunia had given Harry £2 and told him, without looking at him, to go somewhere that wasn't here and not come back before dinner. Dudley had been there too, lounging across the sofa with his feet on the armrest, watching Harry with the specific expression he saved for moments when he got to watch his cousin be dismissed like an inconvenience. Harry had taken the £2 and walked. He didn't have anywhere particular to go. That was fine. He'd gotten good at walking without a destination. It was one of the few freedoms available to him, movement, the simple act of putting distance between himself and Privet Drive. He knew the neighborhood well enough that his feet operated independently of his brain, which was occupied with the quiet, persistent work of not feeling things too sharply. He'd been doing that for as long as he could remember. Not feeling things too sharply. It was a survival skill, same as knowing which floorboards creaked, same as knowing how to make himself small during mealtimes, same as knowing the exact expression to wear when Vernon was looking for a reason. He walked for a long time. Long enough that the familiar streets blurred into unfamiliar ones blurred into the edge of town, and the edge of town gave way to a road he'd never taken before. He didn't think about where he was going. He just walked. The £2 stayed in his pocket, untouched. He ended up somewhere he couldn't have explained. Later, much later, he would understand that he hadn't chosen the direction at all. The village of Godric's Hollow wasn't something Harry knew about, not consciously, not yet. He knew he'd had parents. He knew they'd died in a car crash, or so the Dursleys said, in the rare moments they said anything about it at all, which was with the specific tone of people closing a door firmly in your face. He knew his name was Harry Potter and his parents were James and Lily Potter and they were dead and that was that. He didn't know about the village. Didn't know the name. Didn't know that his feet were taking him 37 miles from Little Whinging, which was, by any reasonable measure, impossible for an 8-year-old who'd left the house 40 minutes ago. But the magical world has its own geography, its own logic, and 8-year-old Harry Potter was already, without knowing it, something the magical world organized itself around. He came to the village at mid-morning. The air smelled different here, older, somehow, like the inside of a library that nobody had disturbed in a very long time. The streets were quiet. The kind of quiet that has weight to it, that sits on your shoulders and says pay attention. Harry paid attention. He always paid attention. It was the other survival skill, the internal one, watching, cataloging, never missing a thing. The village was beautiful in a way that made something in his chest ache. He didn't have a word for why. Stone cottages with climbing roses, a church with a weather vane gone green, a war memorial that he stopped in front of for reasons he couldn't explain and stared at for almost a full minute before walking on. There was a graveyard beside the church. He didn't go in. He should have turned around. He knew, in a distant, practical way, that he had no idea where he was or how he'd gotten there, and that dinner was presumably at some point, and that being late to dinner at the Dursleys produced consequences. But the ache in his chest had turned into something else, a pull, directional and specific, like a hand wrapped gently around his wrist, and he followed it down a lane that curved away from the main street and into the older part of the village, where the cottages gave way to overgrown lots and the road became a path. The path ended at a ruin. It wasn't much to look at. A house, what had been a house, reduced to one standing wall and a chimney and a great deal of rubble slowly being consumed by grass and weeds and the particular industry of nature reclaiming what people had abandoned. The wall that still stood had a window in it, the glass long gone, the frame black at the edges as though from fire or worse. A wooden sign at the edge of the lot was weathered to near illegibility, but Harry stood close enough to read it. Here on the night of October 31st, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son Harry remains the hope of the wizarding world. He read it twice. Then he read it a third time, the way you read something when the words are making sense individually but not collectively, when your brain is performing the translation more slowly than usual because the information requires handling with care. His parents' house. His parents' house. He stood there for a while. He wasn't sure how long. The pull in his chest hadn't gone away, if anything it had gotten stronger, more specific, pointing now not at the ruin in general but at something beneath it. Below the rubble and the weeds and the old scorched stone. Below the ground itself. Harry was not, by nature, a boy who talked to himself or made dramatic declarations. He was a boy who observed things quietly and then acted on them with a minimum of fuss. So he didn't say anything when he climbed over the low remains of what had been a garden wall. He didn't hesitate dramatically at the threshold of the ruined house. He just walked in, picking his way carefully over fallen stone and rotted timber, following the pull in his chest the way he followed his feet when they knew where they were going. The floor was mostly intact under the debris, old flagstone, cracked in places, mossy, but solid. He cleared a section with the toe of his trainer and knocked. Stone. He moved further in, toward where the kitchen might have been, and knocked again. And again. Third time, toward the back corner where the wall met what remained of the floor, and the sound changed. Not stone over soil. Stone over space. Harry went still. He crouched down and pressed his palm flat against the flagstone. He felt it immediately, a vibration, just at the edge of perception, like the lowest note on a piano felt through the floor rather than heard. Something below. Something waiting. He pressed harder. The flagstone didn't move, but the vibration changed, responding to his touch the way an instrument responds when you press a string, shifting in pitch, in quality, becoming something recognizable. Something intentional. His scar, which he'd had all his life and never thought much about, began to tingle. Not painfully. Just, aware. Like a nerve waking up. Okay, Harry said quietly, to himself or to the stone or to whatever was underneath it. Then he pushed. Not physically. He didn't push with his hands. He pushed with the thing inside him that he'd never had a name for, the warmth behind his sternum that flared up sometimes when he was frightened or angry, the thing that had once caused all the glass in the reptile house to vanish, the thing that made Dudley's hair grow back slower than it should have after the incident with the kitchen scissors. He pushed with that, and the flagstone moved. Not slid. Not cracked. It simply relocated, folding into a new position with a sound like a held breath finally released, and below it were stairs. Old stairs, cut directly into the earth, lined with stone that was darker and denser than the flagstone above, fitted together with a precision that spoke of craftsmanship on an entirely different scale from any building Harry had ever seen. The stairs went down into darkness, but not total darkness. There was a light below, faint and blue-white, the kind of light that doesn't come from any bulb or flame. It came from the walls themselves. Harry looked at the stairs for exactly 3 seconds. Then he went down. The stairs were longer than they should have been given the depth they'd have to cover, but he'd already stopped being surprised by things that didn't add up physically. He counted 44 steps. At the bottom, the staircase opened into a chamber. The chamber was, he searched for a word and settled on enormous, though it didn't quite cover it. The ceiling was high enough to be lost in shadow. The walls were covered in carvings, not decorative carvings, not patterns, but images, scenes, figures, an entire visual language pressed into the stone with a density and care that made the Bayeux tapestry look like a rough sketch. The floor was smooth black stone, polished to a mirror finish, and across it in a wide arc ran symbols that glowed with the same faint blue-white light as the walls. In the center of the chamber was a plinth. And on the plinth were the rings. 12 of them, arranged in a circle, each resting in its own carved recess. Each one different metals, different stones, different makes, and yet unmistakably a set, the way instruments in an orchestra are all different but unmistakably belong to the same piece of music. Harry walked toward them slowly, not because he was cautious, but because something in the air demanded a certain kind of respect. Not reverence exactly. More like acknowledgement. The way you nod to someone when you pass them on the street. He reached the plinth and looked at the rings up close. The first was heavy silver with a deep blue stone that flickered with something he could only call force, a contained motion, a trapped wind. The second was gold, antique and warm, with a pale stone at its center that caught the chamber's light and held it and twisted it into something that felt like time. The third was bright, almost harsh, white gold set with a clear stone that pulsed once when his eyes fell on it, a single clean heartbeat. The fourth was the opposite, dark metal, nearly black, set with a stone that absorbed the light rather than reflecting it, and yet somehow from that darkness radiated a warmth that he felt on his skin from 6 inches away. He moved his eyes across all 12, one by one, and 12 times the warmth in his chest responded, not with alarm, not with warning, but with the specific feeling of recognition. Like seeing 12 people you've known your whole life in a room, all at once. He reached out and picked up the first ring. Nothing dramatic happened. There was no explosion of light, no boom of thunder, no voice from the heavens declaring his worthiness. The ring simply settled. It resized as it slid onto his right index finger, fitting perfectly, and when it was in place he felt something shift in his chest, a click, like a lock turning over. The warmth expanded. Just slightly. Just enough. He picked up the second. Same click. Same expansion. The warmth was becoming something he could actually feel the edges of now, something with dimensions and weight. He picked up the third, the fourth, the fifth, click, 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 each one like a note being added to a chord, each one building on the last. By the sixth ring his hands were trembling slightly, not from fear or exertion, but from the sheer volume of whatever was moving through him, the way a live wire trembles with current. He kept going. He wasn't going to stop. That was a decision he'd already made before he'd come down the stairs, before he'd even found the stairs, maybe before he'd left Privet Drive this morning. There was something deeply undramatic about it, actually, this moment of cosmic magnitude, this child standing in a vault older than memory, slipping on rings one by one with the calm focus of someone completing a task that needed doing. He had 7 on by the time he noticed the carvings on the walls beginning to glow, the symbols on the floor brightening, the blue-white light shifting towards something warmer, something that had gold in it. Rings 8, 9, 10. The warmth had stopped being contained to his chest. It was everywhere now, moving through his blood, rewriting something at a level below bone, below cell. He reached for a comparison and came up empty. There wasn't one. There was no reference point for this. He was 8 years old and something ancient was settling into him like a tide coming in, like a planet finding orbit. The 11th ring was the one that set with something called blood and ancestry, and when it slid onto his finger he saw, for just a moment, his mother's face. Not as a memory, he had no memories of her, not really. As a recognition. Green eyes the exact shade of his own, a smile that lived in the corners of her mouth, hands that had held him. He felt that. He felt being held. It lasted half a second and then it was gone, but it left something behind, a warmth specifically located in the center of his chest that he understood immediately wasn't magic. That was just love. Old love, stored carefully, waiting for him. He took a breath. Then he picked up the 12th ring. The moment it touched his skin, the world went white. Not blinding, comfortable, actually, the way closing your eyes in warm sunlight is comfortable. And in the white, something spoke. Not in words, not exactly, it was more like meaning transmitted directly, bypassing language entirely, the way you know without looking that someone in the room is watching you. What he received was something like, "You kept us waiting a long time." And then, quieter, warmer, "Welcome home." The white faded. Harry was still standing in the chamber, 12 rings on his fingers, they'd arranged themselves across both hands with a logic he hadn't directed, and the room was blazing with golden light, every carved figure on every wall now alive with it, the symbols on the floor running like a river of fire contained in channels. The warmth inside him had stopped feeling like warmth. It had become something structural. Something load-bearing. He looked at his hands. 12 rings. 12 different sources of power, 12 domains of magic, each one old enough to predate every institution, every law, every tradition the magical world had built since. He held out his right hand and thought, without specifically deciding to, about the ring of raw force, Etherean. The word arrived in his mind like it had always been there, and from his palm, without fanfare, without incantation, without a wand, a sphere of blue-white energy the size of a tennis ball simply appeared and hovered there. He looked at it for a moment. Then he closed his fist and it disappeared. "Right," he said, to no one. His voice was completely steady. He stood in the chamber for a while longer, reading the walls. He could read them, he realized. The carved symbols that should have been indecipherable ancient writing were as legible to him now as English, and what they said was history, centuries of it, the story of 12 people who had built the foundations of magic as the world knew it and then sealed their work away, waiting for the moment the world produced someone who could hold all of it. Not a warrior, the walls said. Not a conqueror. A sovereign. Someone to be the law behind the law, the order beneath the chaos, the thing that kept the whole edifice standing when everything else shook. He read for a long time. The light stayed warm and steady. When he finally climbed the stairs back into the ruin of his parents' house, the afternoon light that greeted him was the specific golden amber of late afternoon, and he understood that several hours had passed. The pull in his chest was gone, replaced by something else entirely, not absence but fullness. Like every space that had been pulling toward something was now occupied. He stood in the ruin for a moment, looking at the standing wall with its empty window, at the chimney still pointing up at the sky with a kind of stubborn vertical integrity. His parents had lived here. Had died here. The house was a wound in the world, and standing in it now, he could feel the wound. The rings made him feel everything with a new sensitivity, not painfully, but completely, the way you hear music differently after you've learned to play an instrument. He felt the grief stored in the stones, the echo of something catastrophic, the afterimage of a love that had been enormous and had been torn out of the world by violence. He felt that clearly. He let himself feel it for exactly as long as felt right. Then he walked out of the ruin and back onto the path. He was hungry. He hadn't eaten since breakfast. The £2 were still in his pocket and he hadn't spent them on anything, but he had a feeling, confirmed immediately, instinctively, that if he needed to get home, it wouldn't take 37 miles of walking. He stood on the path at the edge of his parents' ruined garden, looked down the lane toward the main street of Godric's Hollow, and thought about Privet Drive. The world moved. It didn't feel like teleportation the way he'd later read about it. It felt like the space between here and there simply stopped being relevant. One moment he was standing on a lane in Godric's Hollow with the smell of old stone and roses in the air. The next he was standing on the pavement outside number 4, Privet Drive, and the smell was exhaust fumes and Aunt Petunia's aggressively floral window boxes. He checked the time on the Dursleys' outdoor wall clock, visible through the sitting room window. 5:43. Dinner was at 6. He went inside and washed his hands. The rings were there, all 12 of them, perfectly solid, perfectly real, but he noticed with the calm certainty of someone who already understood why that neither Aunt Petunia nor Uncle Vernon would be able to see them. Not because they were invisible, exactly. More because the rings had no interest in being perceived by people who had no business perceiving them. Harry dried his hands and set the table without being asked, because he always set the table without being asked, because not being asked was better than being asked, and because he was, at this moment, running a very quiet internal calculation about what his life had just become. He had 12 rings of ancient magical power that connected him to every fundamental domain of magic in existence. He could feel, as clearly as he could feel his own pulse, that the magical world was his to command in a way that went beyond any notion of talent or ability. This was constitutional, structural, written into what he was at a level beneath thought. He could feel the rings communicating with each other, that low harmonic hum moving through his fingers, up his arms, into the center of him where the warmth lived. He was 8 years old. He had no money, no independence, no freedom of movement, no real allies, no knowledge of the wider world that he was apparently the sovereign of. He thought about that while he stirred the pot of soup Aunt Petunia had been heating. He didn't feel afraid of it. He'd been afraid of things before, of Vernon in a rage, of Dudley's friends cornering him after school, of falling asleep when the dreams got bad. Those things had lived in his body as specific physical responses, the clenched stomach, the shortened breath. What he felt about the rings and their implications was nothing like that. It was more like interest. The particular engaged interest of someone who has been given an extremely complex puzzle and is looking forward to working out how it fits together. He'd also noticed, in the vault, that one of the 12 inscriptions on the plinth had said something about the sovereign bond not being a cage. It had been translated into his understanding in the same way all the ancient script had been, clear and direct: the sovereign does not serve the bond. The bond serves the sovereign. You wear the rings. They do not wear you. He'd filed that away. It seemed important. Dinner was Vernon talking at length about a promising development at the drill company. Dudley knocked over his glass and Harry cleaned it up. Aunt Petunia criticized the soup, which was the same soup she made every week, and Vernon agreed that it was better than last time. Harry ate quietly and answered when spoken to with the minimum necessary syllables. Nothing about this was different from any other dinner. And yet everything was different, because Harry was different, not externally, not in any way they would see or notice, but in the deep underlying way that a river is different after rain, carrying more than it carried before, moving with more force, knowing something about its own direction that it didn't know yesterday. After dinner he was sent to his cupboard. He lay on his narrow cot in the dark and looked at his hands. The rings caught the faint light coming under the door, 12 small gleams, 12 tiny assertions of something that had no intention of being small. He thought about the vault. About the warmth when the 12th ring had settled. About the moment of white light and the message that hadn't been in words. You kept us waiting a long time. He thought, well, he was here now. The night moved slowly. Outside the cupboard, the house settled into its nighttime sounds, Vernon snoring, the occasional creak, the faint hum of the refrigerator. Harry lay in the dark with his eyes open and explored the rings the way you explore a new space in the dark, carefully, by feel. He found the edges of each domain, not by reaching, but by listening. The rings were already talking to him, or rather they were already talking, had always been talking, and he was now capable of hearing them. Aetherian was the loudest. Force and will, it had the energy of something that had been waiting a very long time to be pointed at something. Vairath was the strangest, sitting on his left ring finger and humming in a way that felt sideways, perpendicular to time, like standing on the bank of a river and seeing all of it at once rather than just the water passing by. Solvane was warm in a specific way, a healing warmth, diagnostic. He extended it without meaning to and became suddenly, precisely aware of every physical imperfection in his own small body, the malnutrition stored in his bones, the old bruise on his ribs from 2 weeks ago that hadn't quite healed right, the scar on his forehead that wasn't a scar at all, not really, that was something else entirely, a seal on a seal, a door jammed shut over something vast. He didn't try to open the door. Not tonight. Tonight was for learning the landscape. Mortis was the one that had given him pause in the vault, the dark ring, the death domain ring. Lying in the dark now with it warm against his finger, he found it was nothing like he would have expected. It didn't feel like ending. It felt like completion. Like the last note in a piece of music that makes everything before it makes sense. He understood, in the way the rings communicated understanding, that death as Mortis defined it was not a punishment or a tragedy but a mechanism, a necessary turn of a wheel, and that the power of that domain was not the power to kill but the power to understand the whole cycle well enough to work with it rather than against it. He fell asleep somewhere around midnight with 12 rings warm on his fingers and the deep harmonic hum of the sovereign bond running through him like a heartbeat he'd never had before and had always been missing. When he woke in the morning, his first thought was that he was hungry again, which was normal. His second thought was that he was going to need to learn considerably more about the magical world than he currently knew, which was practical. His third thought, arriving quietly and without fanfare as he lay in the dark of his cupboard and listened to the house wake up around him, was this: no one had ever made him feel like he mattered. The Dursleys had made him feel like a problem to be managed. The kids at school treated him with the particular cruelty reserved for anyone who was visibly different. Teachers saw him as either a concern or a curiosity. No one had ever said, simply and without agenda, "You are important, you are wanted, you belong." But the rings had. The vault had. Whatever force had built that place and sealed those 12 domains away and waited decades for the right person had looked at Harry James Potter, underfed, second-hand clothed, living in a cupboard, glasses held together with tape on the left hinge, and said without any qualification, "Yes. This one. Welcome home." He stayed very still in the dark and let that settle. Then Vernon's alarm went off at 6:30 and Aunt Petunia called from the kitchen that someone needed to start the bacon, and Harry got up, and the morning began the same as any other morning, except that it wasn't. Nothing would be, ever again. He started the bacon. He watched it sizzle in the pan with the focused attention he brought to everything and thought about the symbols on the vault walls, the ones he'd been reading when most of the afternoon slipped away from him. There had been a section, toward the back of the chamber, that described what the old founders had called the sovereign's inheritance, not just the rings themselves, but what the rings unlocked. A network. A web of magical connection that ran beneath every magical community on Earth, older than any of the institutions that had been built above it. The Ministry of Magic sat on top of it without knowing it. Hogwarts had been built, at least partly, by 2 of the 12 founders, and here Harry had paused, because the name Godric Gryffindor had appeared in the carvings, along with Salazar Slytherin, and the realization that the 4 founders of Hogwarts had included 2 of the 12 founders of something far, far older had made him stand very still for a moment, reconfiguring. He was, it appeared, heir to something that made the politics of Wizarding Britain look like a school debate. He filed that too, in the same careful mental cabinet where he filed things he needed to think about more before acting on. He made the breakfast without burning it, which was good. He ate his own smaller portion quietly while Dudley described a TV program in exhausting detail and Vernon read the paper with the focused displeasure of a man who found news personally offensive. Harry watched the rings catch the morning light and thought about networks, and connections, and what it meant to be the load-bearing element in a structure that everyone else was living inside without knowing it existed. He thought, I should probably find out what Hogwarts is. He thought, I should probably find out what most things are. He thought, I have time. He was 8 years old. 3 years until Hogwarts, whenever and whatever that was. 3 years to learn everything he could, to understand the rings and what they could do, to map the world he'd been born into and the world he'd apparently always been meant to lead. 3 years of Privet Drive and Vernon's moods and Dudley's casual cruelties and Aunt Petunia's tight-lipped management of his existence. That was fine. He'd survived 8 years of it. He would survive 3 more. The rings hummed against his fingers. All 12, quietly, steadily, the way a building hums when all its systems are running. He ate his breakfast. He washed up. He was sent to do the garden. He went out into the garden, and he knelt on the grass, and he pressed his palm flat against the soil, and he felt everything. Every root, every insect, every buried stone, the whole living network of the earth underneath the manicured suburban surface. He felt it all the way out to the edges of the property and then beyond, a rolling wave of sensation that he brought back in carefully, not because it overwhelmed him but because he wanted to be precise about it. Calith, the nature ring, warm and green-scented even in his mind. He pulled 3 weeds. Then he sat back on his heels and looked at the garden fence and beyond it at the identical house next door and beyond that at the row of identical houses stretching off in both directions, and beyond that at everything he couldn't see from here, the magical world, the non-magical world, the ancient network of power he now sat at the center of, the thousands of people going about their days in complete ignorance of the fact that the sovereign of all magic was currently weeding a suburban. Garden in Surrey wearing a hand-me-down shirt and glasses with a taped hinge. Something that might, in another child, have been laughter moved through him. Not quite laughter. Something adjacent to it. The particular internal warmth of a good joke that only you can hear. He pulled a few more weeds. He could feel it, very faintly, like a tremor in a web, the magical world, at its edges, beginning to register that something had changed. The instruments would be going off, wherever instruments like that were kept. Someone would be noting anomalies. Someone would be asking questions. Let them ask, he thought. He had a lot to learn before the answers arrived. The sun moved across the garden and Harry worked steadily and the rings hummed steadily and the magical world turned on its axis the same as always, except that somewhere in its deep foundations, in the ancient architecture below all its laws and traditions and politics, something had shifted into alignment that had been waiting for decades, maybe centuries, to be aligned. 12 rings. One boy. One small back garden in Surrey. The sovereign was home. Chapter 2, The World Starts Paying Attention. The first thing Harry learned about the rings was that they didn't care about effort. He'd expected something like practice, the way you learn to ride a bike, falling repeatedly until your body figures out the balance. He'd braced himself for that, the patient repetition of someone who'd learned early that nothing came easily. But the rings weren't a skill. They were more like a language he'd always spoken fluently without ever having had a conversation. The moment he reached for any of them, they were simply there, immediate and precise, waiting to be useful. What required effort was restraint. Not because the power wanted to overflow, it wasn't like that, wasn't a flood straining at a dam. It was more that the rings were constantly available in the way breathing is constantly available, and that constant availability meant he had to be deliberate about not doing things. The first morning after the vault, he'd been washing up after breakfast and genuinely considered, for 3 full seconds, whether to simply repair the cracked tile above the sink that had bothered him for as long as he could remember. Farron, the alchemy ring, had already done the calculation, the mineral composition of the tile, the stress fractures, exactly what adjustment would restore it. All he had to do was let it. He'd kept his hands in the soapy water and thought about that. The tile wasn't the problem. The problem was that he had no idea what else would happen. Fix the tile and what, does it glow? Does it become inexplicably perfect in a house full of deliberately maintained mediocrity? Does it trigger something? He'd looked down at his soapy hands and thought, I know almost nothing about how this world works. I know almost nothing about the rules, who enforces them, what they're watching for. He'd left the tile cracked. He'd made a rule for himself that first week. No using the rings in front of the Dursleys, not until he understood the landscape. Not because he was afraid of them, he noticed, with a kind of quiet interest, that the specific physical fear he'd always carried around Vernon had simply gone. Not suppressed, not managed. Gone. Like a splinter that had been removed so cleanly you didn't notice until you went to press the sore spot and found it wasn't there. Vernon was a large, loud, cruel man and Harry felt, looking at him now, approximately the same emotional weight as he'd feel looking at a lamp. But he also didn't need Vernon to know that yet. So the rule stood. The second rule was also simple, learn everything. He started with what was available to him, which wasn't much. The Dursleys' house had books, of a kind, mostly Vernon's collection of business management texts and a shelf of Aunt Petunia's cookbooks and a complete set of Encyclopaedia Britannica that lived in the sitting room entirely for show and had been opened, by Harry's estimate, perhaps twice. But the encyclopedias were actually useful, more than they'd ever been before, because Lucens, the star ring, the ring of navigation and the unseen, had a secondary function he discovered on the second day, which was that it made connections. Patterns. When he read, the information organized itself, linked, cross-referenced, and filed with a precision and speed that would have alarmed any teacher who'd ever assumed he was ordinary. He read the encyclopedias from A to Z over the course of 2 weeks. He read Aunt Petunia's cookbooks. He read Vernon's business management texts, less useful, though the sections on organizational hierarchy and power dynamics proved surprisingly interesting given his new context. He read the local newspapers from the recycling before Vernon put them out. He read everything available to him and processed it all with lessons running quietly underneath, weaving it into a coherent map of the world. It wasn't enough. He knew it wasn't enough. The magical world was an entirely separate territory that none of these resources would touch except accidentally, in folklore and myth and those odd corners of history that mainstream scholarship had quietly reclassified as superstition. But it was a foundation, and Harry had learned to value foundations. The other thing he did, in the long quiet afternoons when the Dursleys were absorbed in television and he'd been sent to his cupboard or the garden, was experiment carefully with each ring in isolation. He started with Solvane, because Solvane's domain was healing and light and it had the most obviously harmless applications. He held his right hand out, palm up, and let Solvane run at the lowest possible frequency, not directed at anything, just present, and learned the sensation of it. The light warmth moving through him, the diagnostic quality. He found that he could do a slow sweep of his own body the way a doctor does an examination, but complete, every system, every tissue, a full picture of his physical state delivered instantaneously and without effort. What the ring showed him about his own body made him sit very still for a long moment. He was malnourished in ways that had become structural, density issues in his bones, muscle development that was behind where it should be, immune system running consistently low. None of it dramatic, none of it acute, but all of it the accumulated evidence of 8 years of being fed less than he needed, of being kept small. He sat with that information for a moment. He didn't feel angry about it, which surprised him slightly. He felt precise. Clinical. Like a doctor reading a chart about someone they were going to help. He let Solvane do its work over the course of the following week, quietly, gradually, fixing the structural issues from the inside with the same unhurried thoroughness with which he did everything. He didn't become suddenly robust overnight. He just became, incrementally, exactly what he should have been all along. The first time he used a ring outside the house was on a Thursday, 11 days after the vault. He was in the garden, which had become, by unspoken arrangement, entirely his responsibility, not as punishment so much as because it turned out Dudley and Vernon would rather not be outside in the heat, and a blackbird landed on the fence post 3 feet from him and stared at him with the intense, unblinking regard of birds that have decided something about you. Harry looked at the blackbird. Caliph hummed. "Hello," he said, quietly. The blackbird ruffled its feathers. And Harry received, not words, nothing so clean as words, but impression, interest. Recognition. The smell of the vault, somehow, carried on this bird who had never been near the vault, but who was a living thing and could feel what living things could feel about the one who held the ring of nature. The bird stayed for 20 minutes. When it left, 2 others came. By the end of the afternoon there were 11 birds on the fence and Harry had gotten very good at the specific, wordless communication that Caliph enabled, not control, not command, more like conversation with no language barrier, just meaning moving back and forth between a small boy and the local wildlife with the ease of old friends. One of the birds had seen something interesting 3 miles away. A fox with an injured leg. Harry thought about that, then looked at his watch, made of the magnetic hum of Verdani, the law ring. He'd started being able to sense the time precisely without needing to check anything, another thing that would be difficult to explain if anyone noticed, and decided he had time. He left the garden, which technically he wasn't supposed to do without permission, and followed the bird's directions through the suburban streets to a stretch of waste ground behind the industrial estate, and found the fox in a drainage culvert, back left leg turned at an angle that made his chest contract. She looked up at him with the yellow-eyed wariness of a wild thing that had learned about people the hard way. He crouched 5 feet away. He let Caliph move ahead of him, a slow warmth, the sensation of something that meant absolutely no harm and was capable of proving it. The fox's ears stayed flat for 30 seconds, then slowly, very slowly, came up. He moved closer. She let him. He put his hand very gently on her injured leg and let Solvane and Caliph work together, the diagnostic precision of healing combined with the deep biological communication of the nature ring. The fracture was clean. He knit it in about 4 minutes, feeling the bone realign under his fingers, the inflammation receding. The fox watched him throughout with those yellow eyes, perfectly still, making a decision about him. When he sat back, the leg was whole. The fox stood, tested it, looked at him for a long, considering moment. Then she turned and trotted away into the scrubby undergrowth, and Harry sat on the concrete of the drainage culvert with both hands in his lap and felt good. Specifically, cleanly, warmly good in a way that was completely separate from anything the rings were doing. Just the ordinary human feeling of having done something useful for something that needed it. He walked home and made dinner. It was 2 weeks after the vault when the first anomaly report reached the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Harry didn't know about it then, of course. But he would learn about it later, and when he did, he'd find it almost comically understated. The report, filed by a monitoring device in the department's Unusual Magical Activity Division, a device that hadn't gone off in 40 years and that most of the junior staff weren't sure was still functional, read, in its entirety, unregistered magical signature detected. Classification, none applicable. Magnitude, exceeds scale parameters. Location, Surrey, Greater London. Source, unknown. Recommend investigation. The witch who found the report in her morning inbox read it twice, checked the device's calibration 3 times, concluded the device was malfunctioning, and flagged it for maintenance. The report was filed in a low-priority queue. 3 days later, a second report came through from a completely different monitoring system, this one maintained not by the Ministry but by Hogwarts itself, a very old network of enchantments woven into the castle's foundations that had been monitoring for magical children in Britain since the school's founding. This report was more specific, child of extraordinary magical capacity identified. Surrey. Age 8. Cross-reference, Harry James Potter, known to registry. Alert, registry classification insufficient. Recommend reassessment. This one reached the desk of Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore read it in his office at Hogwarts, surrounded by softly whirring instruments, with Fawkes asleep on his perch and half a lemon drop dissolving on his tongue. He read it once. He read it again. He looked at Fawkes, who opened one eye and then closed it again, unhelpfully. He looked at the specific instrument, one of the more obscure ones, set on a lower shelf, copper and glass and very, very old, that was monitoring Harry Potter specifically. The instrument, which should have been showing a steady magical signature slightly above ordinary, was showing something it had never shown for anyone. It had run out of measurement capacity and was simply spinning, the needle going past the maximum marker with cheerful indifference. Dumbledore set down the report. He pressed the tips of his fingers together, the way he did when he needed to think very carefully about something. He thought very carefully. Then he got up and went to a different instrument, this one on the top shelf, one he checked only rarely because it pertained to ancient magical law rather than everyday monitoring, and looked at it. Every indicator was lit. He sat back down slowly. He thought about Harry Potter, 8 years old, living at number 4 Privet Drive, under blood wards that Dumbledore himself had constructed and that had been functioning perfectly well as of his last check 3 months ago. He thought about what could cause every indicator of the sovereign law instrument to activate simultaneously. He thought about the vault beneath Godric's Hollow that he had known about for 30 years, that every member of the Wisengamot's inner circle had known about, that every previous supreme mugwump going back 6 generations had known about. The vault that had never opened. That had, by the assessment of every scholar who'd studied it, remained sealed because no soul in the modern age would satisfy the sovereign bond's requirements. Dumbledore looked at the instrument. Every indicator lit. "Oh dear," said Albus Dumbledore, very quietly. It wasn't fear. It wasn't quite alarm. It was the specific feeling of a chess grandmaster who has spent 30 years planning a very precise game and has just realized that someone has rearranged the board. He considered going to Surrey immediately. He considered it carefully and thoroughly and from multiple angles, the way he considered everything, and then he decided not to. Not yet. The boy was 8. The vault had chosen him, which meant the vault's assessment of him was better than Dumbledore's ability to verify, and the vault did not make mistakes. Whatever Harry Potter had become, he was not in danger from it. He was the source of it. Better to observe. Better to wait. Better to understand the shape of the thing before deciding how to respond. He made himself a note, tucked it under a paperweight shaped like a sleeping dragon, and returned to the morning's correspondence. Harry, meanwhile, had discovered the ring of mind and illusion. Dressa was subtle. It was the ring he'd been most cautious about, sitting on his right middle finger in a setting of dark purple metal with a stone the color of deep water that seemed to contain something moving. He'd left it alone for nearly 3 weeks, exploring the other 11 first, getting comfortable with the landscape before approaching the one that felt most personal. Most capable of changing something fundamental if he wasn't careful. But on a rainy Saturday with Dudley at a friend's house and Vernon and Petunia out at some neighborhood watch function they attended every month with the fervent dedication of people who needed to be seen to be normal, Harry sat in the kitchen with a cup of tea he'd made for himself and finally, slowly, let Dressa come online. The world became very loud. Not sound, it wasn't sound. It was impression. The house, which he'd always experienced as a specific set of sounds and smells and physical sensations, suddenly had a fourth dimension. He could feel the emotional residue in the walls, which was mostly a kind of grinding anxiety punctuated by bursts of aggrieved self-righteousness that was unmistakably Vernon's. He could feel the specific texture of Petunia's emotional landscape in the kitchen, fear, primarily, old fear, the fear of someone who had seen something extraordinary and decided the safest response was to hate it. He sat with that for a moment, reading it the way you read a document, carefully and without judgment. He could feel, faintly and in the specific way of something very old and very deep, the emotional memory of his mother in this house. She had been here, not at Privet Drive. She had never been at Privet Drive, but in the sense that Petunia carried her the way you carry grief, as a constant physical weight that becomes so familiar you stop noticing it. He felt that. He didn't chase it. He pulled Dressa back to the minimum. He'd learned what he needed to learn, the ring worked, it was powerful, and he had to be deliberate with it because the world was more full of other people's inner lives than he'd appreciated. What he also noticed, more practically, was that Dressa's secondary function, illusion, misdirection, the management of perception, was going to be genuinely useful. Not for hiding himself, not for pretending to be less than he was, but for privacy. For moving through the world without every interaction becoming a confrontation. He could, he understood, choose what people noticed about him. Not erase himself, that felt wrong, went against something the rings communicated clearly about the nature of sovereignty, but edit. Present the version of events that was relevant. A useful tool for a boy who still had 3 years of school and Dursleys to navigate. He filed that away and finished his tea. The first time someone from the magical world actually came to look at him was 5 weeks after the vault, on a warm July evening. Harry was in the garden when he felt it, Lucen's flickering, navigation sense pinging something incoming, something magical, moving along the street with the specific careful quality of someone trying to be unobtrusive. He went still. He didn't look up from the weeding he'd been doing. He extended his awareness slowly, letting the rings do the assessment. One person. Adult. High magical signature, trained, disciplined. Moving at a walking pace, doing a pass of the street, surveillance, not confrontation. Ministry, his instincts said, though he had no specific knowledge of what ministry personnel felt like. The feel was bureaucratic, somehow, functional, someone doing a job rather than someone on a mission. The person walked past the house once. Harry could feel them clocking the address, reading the wards, the blood wards Dumbledore had set, which were still there, still functional, and which the surveyor was apparently recognizing and noting. They paused at the end of the street for about 40 seconds, then moved away in the direction they'd come. Harry watched a beetle crawl across the path between his knees and thought, so they've noticed something. Someone is investigating. Probably ministry, probably the kind of low-level fact-finding that precedes a decision about whether to escalate. He wasn't alarmed. He was interested. He was interested in what they'd noticed, how precisely they could locate him, what their monitoring systems could and couldn't detect. Veyrath, the time ring, had been whispering to him in sideways ways he was still learning to decode. Not prophecy, nothing so dramatic, more like a sense of branching, of the shape of what was possible from any given moment. When he let it speak, what he got from the surveyor's passing was a clear sense of not yet. This wasn't the moment when the magical world would make its move, whatever that move would be. This was reconnaissance. He had time. Good, he thought. He was building something. He needed the time. What he was building, in the privacy of his own mind, was understanding. The more he worked with the rings, the more he understood that the vault's purpose hadn't been simply to pass power to a capable person. It had been to pass responsibility to a worthy one. The sovereign bond, as the vault's walls had described it, wasn't a weapon or a title or a throne. It was a living contract between the holder of the rings and the magical world as a whole, a commitment to be, as the inscription had said, the law behind the law. The thing that held the fabric together when everything else strained. He was 8 years old and the weight of that was perfectly clear to him. He wasn't frightened of it. He wasn't excited by it in an ego-fueled way, either. He thought about it the way he thought about the fox with the broken leg. Here is a thing that needs doing, here is the tool for doing it, here is the capacity to do it well. The emotional response was less grandiosity and more a kind of settled, purposeful calm. He pulled a weed and added it to the pile. The summer moved. July burned into August with the specific aggressive heat of a British summer that had decided to make a point. Harry grew, not dramatically. Solvane was corrective rather than transformative, but his clothes, which had always been Dudley's oversized cast-offs hanging off him like a flag on a windless day, began to sit less right, the evidence of a body quietly becoming what it was supposed to be. Petunia noticed in the way she noticed everything that threatened her comfortable version of events, with a thin-lipped silence and a pointed non-comment. She didn't adjust his food. She wasn't going to let go of the narrative that easily. But she started looking at him sometimes with the specific expression of someone who has misplaced something and suspects it might have been important. Vernon didn't notice. Vernon rarely noticed things that weren't reflected in his own importance. Dudley noticed, in the way children notice changes in the social landscape. He'd always relied on Harry being smaller and quieter and easier to push around. The smaller part was changing. The quieter part had always been a choice, and Dudley was beginning to pick up on that without being able to say why. August 14th. A specific date, not because anything happened that day but because it was the day Harry finished his review of all 12 rings and understood, fully and finally, how they worked together. He was in the garden again. The garden was his preferred thinking space, quiet and open and full of the small living communications from Caliph that had become as natural as birdsong. He sat cross-legged on the grass in the late afternoon light and let all 12 rings run simultaneously, not pointed at anything specific, just present, and he felt the sovereign bond as a complete thing for the first time. It was like hearing a chord after weeks of only hearing individual notes. The 12 domains weren't separate powers added together, they were aspects of a single thing, the way white light contains every color. When they ran together, the sum was geometrically more than its parts. He felt the network beneath the magical world, the deep ancient architecture, and he felt himself at its center with the clarity of a compass needle pointing north. He understood then what the founders had built. Not a weapon to fight dark wizards. Not a political office. They'd built a stabilizer, a way of ensuring the magical world never spun entirely off its axis, never became so unbalanced that it consumed itself. The sovereign wasn't a ruler in the sense of sitting at the top of a hierarchy and issuing commands. The sovereign was more fundamental than that. More structural. The rings hummed. The afternoon light was gold. Harry thought, Voldemort. He didn't know much about Voldemort. He knew the name from the scar, which had its own relationship with that name, a kind of recoil, an old trauma encoded in the flesh. He knew the Dursleys' version, which was the same as their version of everything, sealed behind a door, never discussed, existing as a pressure in the household's atmosphere rather than any specific information. He knew the vault's version, which was contained in the historical carvings and amounted to a significant disruption. A wound in the network that has not healed. Unfinished. He felt it now, with all 12 rings running. Not the presence of Voldemort, whatever form he currently existed in, it was diminished, scattered, the magical signature of something broken rather than whole. But the wound. The place where the network had been torn. He could feel it the way you feel a draft from somewhere you haven't located yet, a persistent wrongness at the edge of awareness. He filed it. He wasn't going to chase it. He was 8, it was August, and he had school starting in 3 weeks. School was its own kind of navigation. His primary school, the same one Dudley attended, which had always been a geography-based misery, had a new teacher for his year, a young woman named Miss Chen who wore her hair in a bun and had the particular energetic optimism of someone newly qualified and not yet ground down by the institution. She called on Harry in the first week more than teachers usually did, because his answers were consistently interesting, because he had a way of saying unexpected things in a completely calm tone that made other students look at him with expressions ranging from confusion to a kind of reluctant reassessment. Dudley's friends left him alone, which was new. Dudley himself was performing a careful recalibration, maintaining the older patterns by habit while privately trying to work out if they still applied. Harry let him get on with it. He had no particular interest in the social dynamics of primary school beyond what they required of him to navigate successfully. The teachers, collectively, began to treat him as something of a puzzle. Miss Chen called his parents in, Petunia came, Vernon worked, and sat across from Petunia with a folder of Harry's recent work and said, diplomatically, that Harry was showing signs of exceptional ability and that the school was considering whether additional resources might be appropriate. Petunia's response was to sit very straight and say that Harry was perfectly ordinary and that any apparent unusualness was probably attention-seeking and could Miss Chen please not encourage it. Harry was outside in the waiting area when this conversation happened, which technically meant he shouldn't have been able to hear it, but he did, because Dressa and Lucens together were useful in a variety of situations. He sat in a plastic chair with his hands in his lap and listened to his aunt describe him as attention-seeking and thought, calmly, that she was working very hard at something that was going to stop working soon. Miss Chen didn't have a response ready for Petunia's particular brand of aggressive denial. She folded the folder and said she understood and thanked Mrs. Dursley for coming in. Harry, when Petunia emerged, stood up and followed her to the car without comment. That evening, in his cupboard, he thought about what 3 years looked like. Not impatiently, patience had never been something he'd had to cultivate, it came naturally, the product of years of having no other option. 3 years before Hogwarts. 3 years to learn, to understand, to quietly build the foundation of what he'd need to be when the magical world became his primary landscape. He thought about the survey wizard who'd walked past the house in July. He thought about Dumbledore, whose name appeared in the vault's records with some significance, Gryffindor founder, 2 of the 12, and Dumbledore was Gryffindor's heir in some institutional sense, Hogwarts headmaster. He'd be aware of the vault in some capacity. He'd be doing his own calculations. Harry thought, let him calculate. Let them all calculate. He wasn't hiding, and he wasn't hurrying, and he wasn't afraid. He was learning. Mortis hummed against his finger, warm and certain, not death's coldness but its opposite, the specific warmth of something that understood completion, that understood that everything has its season. He lay back on his cot. The rings settled. The second ministry surveillance pass happened on a Saturday in October, and this time there were 2 of them, moving more slowly, and one of them had a device, he could feel it, a magical measuring instrument of some kind, that they'd trained in the direction of the house as they passed. Harry was watching from his bedroom window. He'd been given Dudley's second bedroom in September, a development that had more to do with Miss Chen's report landing somewhere official than with any development of generosity in the Dursley household. He watched the 2 figures on the street below, both in non-magical clothing that sat on them the way borrowed clothes sit on someone who doesn't usually wear them. He watched their measuring instrument. He felt it probe toward him and felt Verdani, the law ring, snap up something, not a shield exactly, a qualification. A response to the probe that said, in the ancient language of magical law, this is sovereign claimed. Tread carefully. The device in the figure's hand sparked. They both stopped walking. One looked at the device. One looked at the house. Then they looked at each other. Then they walked away considerably faster than they'd arrived. Harry watched them go and thought, that'll reach someone important. It would. He knew it would. He was, at this point, a known anomaly sitting in a known location emitting a magical signature that their instruments couldn't classify and apparently couldn't safely probe. He was 9 years old now, his birthday had passed in July, acknowledged by no one at Privet Drive, marked privately by Harry with a cup of tea in the garden and a long, companionable silence with 3 blackbirds, and the magical world was going to have questions that it couldn't yet figure out how to ask. He thought about Dumbledore again. The man was intelligent, the vault's records and his own instincts both confirmed it. He'd be doing what intelligent people did when confronted with a situation they didn't have a framework for, gathering information, running models, delaying decisive action until he had enough to act on. That was fine. That was sensible. What Dumbledore didn't know, what nobody in the magical world knew yet, was that Harry was doing the same. The last thing that happened that year, the event that would have alarmed anyone who understood what it signaled, was quiet enough that only 2 people knew about it. The first was Harry. The second was a ghost. He'd been in the school library after hours, not through any subterfuge. Miss Chen had simply started leaving the door unlocked on Thursday afternoons because Harry used the time productively and she'd decided this outweighed the technical violation of policy, when the temperature in the room dropped about 6 degrees and the quality of the light changed, and he looked up from an encyclopedia of world history to find a transparent woman in Elizabethan dress standing in the corner and staring at him with enormous eyes. Harry looked at her. Mortis recognized her immediately, a ghost, obviously, something between the living and the dead, caught in the long completion of their own particular story. "Hello," he said. She stared at him. "You see me," she said. Her voice had the quality of hearing something through water, present but displaced. "Yes," he said. "Are you looking for something?" She came closer, moving without walking, the way ghosts do. She was staring at his hands. "At the rings. Those are," she started. "Those are the Founder's seals. Those are," she stopped. Her transparent face cycled through several expressions. "I have been in this town for 400 years, she said slowly. "Waiting. For what?" Harry asked. She looked at him directly, and her expression settled into something that was, unmistakably, relief. "For that," she said. She gestured at his hands. "The Sovereign's seal. We were told," she paused. "Some of us were told. Some ghosts knew. The Founders told those who served them, when the sealing happened, that the vault would open when the world needed it to. That the Sovereign would come." She studied him with those enormous eyes. "I thought I would be waiting forever." Harry turned this over. "Who were you?" he asked. "A librarian," she said. "For one of them. Lucen's." She said the name the way you say the name of someone you loved. She was kind. Harry looked at the ring on his right ring finger, white gold, set with a stone that mapped the unseen. He held it up slightly, not dramatically. The ghost's whole face changed. "She says hello," Harry said, without knowing how he knew that was true. Lucen said it through the ring, through that wordless meaning transfer, and he understood it and repeated it and it was simply true. The ghost pressed both transparent hands to her face and made no sound, but her shoulders shook. They stayed like that for a while, in the quiet of the after-hours library. Harry with his rings and his books. The ghost letting herself feel something she hadn't felt in 4 centuries. When she composed herself she told him things, about the Founders, about the vault, about the history the official records had smoothed over. She knew things that weren't in the carved walls of the vault, personal things, the specific texture of those 12 people as individuals. She talked for 3 hours and Harry listened, really listened, with Lucens and Dressa both quietly running, filing everything, making connections, adding it all to the map. When he left the library at 7 in the evening and walked home in the cold dark, the rings were warm against his fingers and his understanding of where he was and what was ahead of him was significantly more complete than it had been that morning. He made a mental note to come back and talk to her again. The world was paying attention to him now. Instruments were going off in ministry basements. Dumbledore had begun, he suspected, some very careful and patient observation. The network beneath the magical world was beginning to hum in a new register, the way an instrument hums when you tune it, the recognition of alignment. 3 years. School and Dursleys and libraries and ghosts and blackbirds in the garden and the slow, thorough work of someone building something with the care it deserved. Harry Potter walked home through the cold October streets, and 12 rings glowed warmly against his fingers, and the magical world turned on its axis and felt, in its deepest foundations, the very beginning of something it had been waiting for without knowing to wait. Chapter 3, Letters and Lions. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry knew it was coming, had known for weeks with the specific foreknowledge that Veyrath provided, not a vision, not a prophecy, just the feeling of a door about to open that you've been walking toward for a long time. He'd been standing at the kitchen counter making toast when the owl arrived, a tawny one, serious and unhurried, that landed on the outside windowsill and tapped the glass with the businesslike efficiency of something on a schedule. Petunia, who was at the table with her coffee and her gardening catalogue, looked up and went the specific color of old chalk. Harry opened the window before she could say anything. The owl extended its leg. He untied the letter, gave the owl a piece of his toast, which it accepted with dignified appreciation, and turned the envelope over in his hands. Thick cream parchment. His name and address written in emerald ink with a specificity that was almost aggressive, Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The seal on the back was red wax stamped with a crest he already recognized from his reading, Hogwarts. A lion, an eagle, a badger, a snake, arranged around a large letter H. He opened it cleanly. He read it once. Then he set it on the counter and continued making his toast. Petunia had stood up from the table. She was gripping her gardening catalogue with both hands, knuckles white. She was staring at the letter as though it might bite her. "That's my Hogwarts letter," Harry said, spreading butter with a steady hand. "I'll need school supplies." The silence that followed was a very specific kind. It was the silence of someone whose carefully constructed version of reality has just been publicly contradicted and who hasn't yet decided how to respond. "You're not going," Petunia said. Her voice was very controlled. "You're not, that world is, it ruined your parents, it ruined everything, it didn't ruin them," Harry said. He turned around and looked at her directly, which he'd started doing more often in the past year. Not aggressively. Just, directly. Someone from that world did. That's different. Petunia's mouth opened and closed. "I'll need money for the supplies," Harry said. "There's a list." He turned back to his toast. "I expect there's some set aside. From my parents." There was. He knew there was. The vault's records had included, among other historical information, a note about the Potter family holdings that had given Harry a quiet sense of the financial landscape. He'd filed it the same way he'd filed everything else. Useful. Not urgent. Now urgent. Vernon arrived at breakfast 20 minutes later, read the letter over Petunia's shoulder. She'd been standing at the counter staring at it as though she could change what it said, and went an impressive purple. He did not, however, start shouting. He looked at Harry, and something in the look Harry returned made Vernon's rising tirade die somewhere in his chest before it reached his mouth. That was new. That had started happening in the past year. Vernon's rages, which had once been a dominant atmospheric event, had started running into something in Harry that they couldn't find purchase on, like a wave breaking on stone. Vernon still got angry. He just didn't seem able to point it at Harry the same way anymore. Fine, Vernon said eventually, setting the letter down. Fine. You want to go to that school. Fine. You'll get your money from your parents' vault and you'll sort it yourself and I won't hear another word about it. That works for me, Harry said. 2 days later he took himself to London. He'd looked up the leaky cauldron, the ghost librarian, whose name he'd learned was Agnes, had been enormously helpful in the practical geography of the wizarding world, and found it without much difficulty, a shabby pub on Charing Cross Road that was determinately invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. He pushed open the door and went in. The interior was dark and smelled of old wood and something that might have been potion ingredients and might have been the accumulated atmosphere of centuries of magical people eating lunch. It went quiet when he walked in. Not dramatically quiet, just the small, specific pause of people noticing something without being sure what they'd noticed. Harry walked to the bar. The barman, a cheerful man named Tom who had the architectural complexity of someone very old, looked at him with the particular squint of recognition. "You're," Tom started. "Harry Potter," Harry said. "I need to get to Diagon Alley." Tom blinked. Looked at the rings. Looked at Harry's face. Looked at the rings again. His squint deepened in a way that suggested he was seeing something he wasn't sure he was supposed to be seeing. "Right through the back," Tom said. His voice had gone slightly careful. Do you need me to show you?" "No thank you," Harry said. "I've got it." He went through the back, tapped the correct brick sequence on the wall. Agnes had been very specific, and Diagon Alley opened in front of him. He stood at the entrance for one moment, taking it in. It was a lot. After 3 years of reading about the magical world in the abstract, of experiencing it through the quiet intelligence of the rings and the second-hand knowledge of books and ghosts, walking into Diagon Alley was like hearing a piece of music live for the first time after only ever reading the sheet. The noise, the color, the specific density of magical energy in the air that he could feel in every ring simultaneously, Aetherian responding to the ambient magic, Caliph responding to a nearby Owl Emporium, Lucens charting the whole layout instantaneously. It was a lot of input. He processed it in about 4 seconds and started walking. Gringotts first. The bank was exactly what the architectural confidence of the building suggested it would be, enormous, cool, staffed by goblins who moved with the precise economy of people who valued competence above all other things. He waited in line. He was the youngest person in the line by a considerable margin and the only person in line who wasn't wearing robes, and he attracted several looks that ranged from curious to startled. He paid them no particular attention. When he reached the window, the goblin looked at him with the flat-eyed assessment of someone who categorized people quickly and efficiently and then spoke to them accordingly. "Name?" "Harry Potter." The goblin looked at the rings. This was different from Tom's reaction. This was significant. The goblin went very still for a fraction of a second, barely perceptible, but Harry noticed, and then its whole manner shifted in a way that was subtle but complete. Not deference exactly. More like the recalibration of someone who has encountered something they were aware of theoretically and are now encountering in fact. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, and the slight inflection difference from how he'd been saying name to the previous customers was small but completely real. One moment. The one moment became several. Another goblin appeared, older, with more elaborate clothing and the air of someone several ranks above the window teller. He looked at Harry with the direct, measuring gaze of someone doing a serious assessment. "The Potter family vault," the goblin said, "is straightforwardly accessible with your key." He paused. "There is also the matter of the sovereign vault." Harry looked at him. "The rings have their own vault." "The rings have many things, Mr. Potter." The goblin's tone was precise, giving nothing extra but not withholding either. "The sovereign vault has been maintained by Gringotts for 900 years under a standing agreement with the Founders' Compact. It has been waiting." He paused again. "We had begun to wonder." "So had I," Harry said. The goblin produced a key from somewhere that seemed to materialize rather than being retrieved, an old key, black iron, with a head shaped in the same circular arrangement as the 12 rings. Harry took it. It was warm. Both vaults were enlightening. The Potter vault was substantial and contained the expected, gold, a selection of family heirlooms, documents, a letter in his mother's handwriting with his name on it that he folded carefully and put in his inner pocket to read later. The Sovereign vault was in a different category entirely. It was less a vault and more a library combined with a treasury, scrolls, books, an archive of magical history that made the Hogwarts library look like a pamphlet, along with enough gold to fund a small country and several objects whose purpose he'd need time to understand. He took what was immediately useful, left everything else carefully in place, and came back up to the surface. He spent the rest of the morning working through the school list. Madame Malkin's for robes. She measured him with professional efficiency and didn't say much, which he appreciated, though he noticed her looking at the rings with the same that should be impossible expression he was becoming familiar with. Flourish and blots for books, where he bought everything on the list and then spent an additional 40 minutes selecting texts from sections the list hadn't mentioned, because 3 years of working with limited resources had made him constitutionally unable to pass up a good library. The apothecary. The Owl Emporium, where he stood for 20 minutes in calm communion with the inhabitants before a small, fierce barn owl on the top shelf ruffled her feathers at him with the specific energy of someone who has been waiting and would like to stop doing so, and he bought her and named her Meridian, and she settled on his shoulder with proprietary satisfaction. Ollivander's last. He'd thought about this. He didn't need a wand, he was perfectly capable of performing any magic the rings enabled without one, and the rings enabled more magic than any wand could contain. But the magical world used wands. Hogwarts expected wands. And there was something in the vault's records about the Sovereign carrying a secondary focus as a gesture of participation in the world's conventions, not submission to them but acknowledgement. You are part of this world. You follow its grammar even when you exceed its parameters. The shop was narrow and dusty and smelled of wood shavings and something older. Ollivander himself materialized from the shadows in a way that suggested he'd been standing in them for some time. He looked at Harry. His pale eyes moved to the rings. And his expression became something Harry hadn't seen on anyone yet, not recognition exactly, not calculation. Something closer to awe, controlled quickly but genuinely felt. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander said. "I wondered whether I'd come." Harry asked. "Whether you existed." He was still looking at the rings. "May I?" He reached out, stopped himself, looked at Harry for permission. Harry extended his right hand. Ollivander looked at the rings for a long moment without touching them. Then he straightened. "The wand," he said, "in your case, is a formality." It wasn't quite a question. "Probably," Harry agreed. Nevertheless. Ollivander moved into the stacks with purpose. He didn't do the long ritual of trying wand after wand, he went directly to one section, ran his fingers along several boxes, selected one with certainty, and brought it out. "Holly," he said. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. He paused. The phoenix who gave the feather, gave another. One other, no more. The other wand did what it did on the night you received that scar. Harry took the wand. The warmth that moved through it was familiar, the rings recognized it, specifically Etherean and Mortis together, something about the phoenix feather that resonated with both raw magic and the death domain. He gave it a slight movement, almost experimental, and a stream of gold and silver sparks erupted from the tip and hit the ceiling. Ollivander looked up at the sparks. Then he looked at Harry. "The brother wand," Ollivander said carefully. "The connection you have with it is real," Harry said. "But not binding." He looked at the wand. "I'll take it." Ollivander packed it without further comment. As Harry paid, the wandmaker said, very quietly, almost to himself, "We shall see great things from you, Mr. Potter." "Great and," he paused. He looked at Harry's face, the calmness, the directness, the complete absence of the nervousness most 11-year-olds brought into this shop. "Terrifying," he finished, but the word didn't have fear in it. It had wonder. Harry pocketed the wand and collected Meridian from where the barn owl had been patiently sitting on a display stand and went back out into Diagon Alley. He ate lunch at a small cafe, his first real meal in the wizarding world, a hot pasty and a butterbeer that tasted like butterscotch and warmth, and read the letter from his mother. He'd been saving it. Deliberately, consciously, the way you save something you want to give your full attention to. He sat at a corner table with Meridian on the back of his chair and unfolded the parchment. Dear Harry, if you're reading this, then Dumbledore kept his word about the vault. I asked him to make sure this letter was there, somewhere you'd find it when you were ready. I need you to know some things. The first is that you were loved. Are loved. Whatever tense applies when you read this, loved. Completely and without qualification. You were the best thing that ever happened to me and your father, and the night we lost you was, I'm going to skip past that. I've rewritten this 11 times. Let me just tell you the things I think matter. Your father and I knew about the vault. Not everything, not the sovereign bond, not what it meant in full, but we knew the vault existed and we had reason to believe you might be the one for it. I can't explain how we knew. Call it a mother's certainty. Call it the way you looked at the world even as a baby, like you were cataloging it. Dumbledore doesn't know we knew. He thinks the vault is his to manage. It isn't. It was never his to manage. It belongs to the rings and to whoever the rings choose, and whatever he tries to tell you about what you should do with them, understand that his vision, however good, is still only one man's vision. Trust yourself. Trust what the rings tell you. They chose you for a reason and that reason is you, not some version of you that's been shaped to someone else's purpose. I love you so much it breaks me that I can't say it to your face. Mom. Harry read the letter twice. He folded it carefully, the fold lines exactly aligned, and put it back in his inner pocket. He sat for a moment with his tea. Meridian made a low sound and bumped her head against the side of his ear. Yeah, he said quietly. He went home. He packed his trunk. School started in 6 days. September 1st was chaos by design. King's Cross Station on the 1st of September had a specific texture that Harry had been mapping since he arrived, hundreds of magical families, the complex social performance of a world that had distinct hierarchies and blood politics and was very invested in displaying both. He moved through it with Meridian on his shoulder and his trunk on a trolley and took it all in with the calm attentiveness he brought to every new environment. He found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 exactly where Agnes had said it would be. He walked through it without slowing, without the anxious hesitation he saw on the faces of the first-generation magical children around him who were doing this for the first time. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent. There was no other word for it, brilliant red steam engine, gleaming, enormous, the whole platform wreathed in steam and noise and the specific organized chaos of several hundred children trying to find compartments while their parents called instructions and owls complained in their cages and cats performed their own agendas. Harry found an empty compartment near the back of the train, loaded Meridian's cage onto the rack, and sat down with a book. He had approximately 4 minutes of peace. The compartment door slid open and a round-faced boy looked in with the expression of someone who has been walking up and down the train for long enough to be past caring about introductions. Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full, or, I've lost my toad, actually, he keeps getting loose, his name is Trevor, sit down, Harry said, not unkindly. He's under the seat. The boy blinked. Looked under the seat. Trevor the toad was, in fact, under the seat, wedged in the far corner with the specific composure of a toad that knows it's been found and has accepted its fate. The boy grabbed Trevor with evident relief and sat down. I'm Neville, he said. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter. Neville's eyes went wide in the standard way, and then, unusually, he appeared to actively contain it. He'd clearly been told not to do that. I know who you are, he said, a bit carefully. My gran talks about your parents sometimes. She said they were brilliant. I don't remember them, Harry said. No, I suppose. Neville stopped, recalibrated. Sorry. I'm not very good at this. You're fine, Harry said. Neville relaxed by approximately 30%. He put Trevor in his pocket, which Trevor accepted with resignation. He looked around the compartment, at the books, at Meridian on her rack, at Harry's hands where the rings caught the light. What are those? He asked, nodding at the rings. Most people hadn't asked directly. They'd noticed and not asked, doing the social calculation that suggested the question was complicated. Harry appreciated that Neville had just said it straightforwardly. They belong to the Founders, Harry said. Some of them. Neville stared. The Founders? Like, Hogwarts Founders? Older than that. Another 30% relaxation became a 30% recalibration in the other direction. Neville looked at him carefully, doing an assessment of his own that was less sophisticated than Harry's but more emotionally intelligent than most. Are you going to be terrible? He asked. The question was completely genuine. Harry looked at him. What? I mean, people with a lot of, there's this boy, Draco Malfoy, his family are, and he's already, Neville stopped. You have 12 rings that belong to Founders and you already knew where my toad was. I'd like to know if I should be worried. Something in Harry's chest warmed in a way that had nothing to do with the rings. It was the first time anyone had asked him, directly and without pretense, what kind of person he intended to be. He found he liked it enormously. No, he said. You don't need to worry. Neville considered this. Then he gave a small nod, the nod of someone who has gotten a straight answer and decided to believe it. All right, he said. He pulled Trevor out of his pocket and checked on him. "'D'you want a cauldron cake?" My gran packed loads. They were somewhere in the Midlands, eating cauldron cakes, when the compartment door opened again. A girl with a lot of bushy hair and the expression of someone with somewhere to be looked in quickly and then stopped when she saw Harry. She was, he could see, already in robes, early preparation for arrival, and holding a very thick book that was bookmarked in several places. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she asked. "I'm helping someone find one." She looked at Neville. "Is that yours?" "Found him," Neville said. "Oh, good." She didn't leave. She was looking at Harry with the specific expression he'd already learned to recognize as someone processing something they hadn't expected to encounter. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "Yes. I'm Hermione Granger. I've read about you." "Well," she modified this. "About your history. And your parents. I've read everything available on the Hogwarts Express incident records and the theory of the killing curse failure. There are some fascinating papers in the restricted section apparently, though I haven't been able to access those yet obviously, but," she stopped. "Is it alright if I sit down? I'm not back to anyone." "Go ahead," Harry said. She sat. She was looking at the rings now, same as Neville had. Unlike Neville, she was visibly performing a very rapid cataloging exercise, cross-referencing against whatever she'd read, arriving at an expression of carefully contained excitement that she was doing her best to make look like ordinary curiosity. "Those are 12 separate ring settings," she said, "and the metalwork is consistent with pre-medieval foundational magic. The stones, the dark one, is that Morthus's domain? I've read the Founder's compact theory but most scholars consider it mythological." "It's not mythological," Harry said. Hermione stopped. She looked at him. Something shifted in her expression, the cross-referencing paused, and what came through instead was simple, direct wonder. "You actually have them," she said quietly. "Yes. All 12. Yes." She was quiet for a moment, which, he suspected, was unusual for her. Then, "Can I ask you things about them? Academic things." "I have about 30 questions already and we've only been talking for 2 minutes, but I can stop, if you can ask," Harry said. She asked. The questions were genuinely good, specific, well-researched within the limits of publicly available information, building on each answer to get to the next one. He answered what he could, deferred what he couldn't, and found that the conversation was more interesting than most he'd had with adults, let alone 11-year-olds. Neville listened with the attentive expression of someone who was comfortable not knowing everything and was happy to learn by being in the room. By the time the train reached Scotland they were 3 people who understood, without any of them saying so directly, that they were going to know each other for a long time. The boats across the Black Lake, the first view of the castle, Hogwarts rose out of the dark and the water with the weight of somewhere that had been standing long enough to have opinions. Harry felt at the moment it came into view, the castle recognized the rings. Not personally, not emotionally, but in the deep structural way that Verdani described, the law of the place responding to the sovereign seal, a resonance like 2 tuning forks in proximity. The castle shivered, just slightly, in a way that probably nobody felt but him. He looked up at it and felt, unmistakably, the sensation of arriving somewhere that knew him. The great hall was enormous and alive and absolutely full of sound when they arrived, the 4 long house tables, the staff table at the front, the enchanted ceiling running a perfect mirror of the cloudy night sky above. Harry took it in as he walked in with the other first years. He saw the staff table, saw Dumbledore at its center, who looked exactly like he expected, magnificent white hair and beard, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep purple, an expression of specific interested attention that swept across the incoming first years and paused, almost imperceptibly, on Harry. Harry met his eyes for a moment. He didn't look away. Neither did Dumbledore. Then the moment passed and they both turned to the room. Snape was there too, dark-robed, black-eyed, a face arranged into permanent dissatisfaction. Harry felt Dresser register the man instinctively, something complex in his emotional architecture, old and layered, grief and bitterness and something that had been love once and had been converted into something else by loss. Harry noted it and moved on. The sorting hat was on a stool. It was old, he could feel Veyrath respond to the age of it, to the weight of history it carried. The deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall, stood beside it with a list. He stood in the cluster of first years and watched the sorting. Abbott, Hannah, became Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, followed. He watched the hat drop over each head, waited, observed. Some were quick. Some took longer. He watched Longbottom, Neville, hold his breath while the hat sat on his head for a long 30 seconds and then call Gryffindor, and saw Neville's face do something complicated and grateful. Granger, Hermione, was Gryffindor in under 20 seconds, the hat barely settling before making its decision. Then McGonagall looked up. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. Not the ordinary quiet of a name being called, the specific, held breath quiet of several hundred people who know they're about to see something significant. Harry walked to the stool and sat down, and McGonagall set the hat on his head. Darkness. The inside of the hat was surprisingly spacious in the psychological sense, a particular kind of warm, perceptive space that felt like being read. Well, said the hat, in a voice that was entirely inside his head. I've sorted 11,000 children in 400 years. I've never seen anything like you. I'd imagine not, Harry thought back. The rings, the hat said, with a kind of thoughtful wonder. All 12. I can feel them. Even through me. A pause. You know, I was made by all 4 founders. There is something in your particular arrangement of qualities that hits every frequency of what they built me to recognize. I know, Harry said. Where are you putting me? Where do you want to go? Harry thought about that. He'd thought about it before, in the abstract, without pressure. He thought about the qualities the houses represented, the histories, the cultures. He thought about what he actually was, not what the rings made him but what he'd always been, the substrate that the rings had recognized and chosen. Brave, yes, but bravery wasn't what drove him. Loyal, yes, but loyalty was a relationship not a character trait. Clever, yes, but intellect was a tool. What he was, at the core of him, was someone who paid attention, cared about what was right, and acted without hesitation when action was needed. The house those qualities built was, not ambiguous. Gryffindor, he said. But not because of the name. Because of what Godric meant when he built it. The hat was quiet for a moment. You know what he meant? He told me, Harry said. Through the ring. The hat made a sound that was almost a laugh. Then it called, loud enough to fill the hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry removed the hat, handed it to McGonagall, and walked to the table with the same steady pace he walked everywhere. He sat down across from Neville, beside a pair of red-haired twins who were looking at him with the delighted assessment of people who have just identified something interesting, and further down from a red-haired boy with an expression caught between jealousy and awe. Fred and George Weasley, one of the twins said, without specifying which was which. We saw your rings from across the room. Most people do, Harry said. You're not what I expected, the other twin said. I thought you'd be taller, the first suggested. More dramatic. I'm 11, Harry said. Both twins grinned, the same grin from two faces, and somehow in that grin Harry recognized two people who were going to be useful friends in specific situations. He filed them in the growing mental cabinet under people worth knowing. Hermione sat down next to him a moment later, having come from further up the table. How long did the hat take? She asked. Not long. Was it interesting? Yes, he said. She waited for more, and when it didn't come she accepted it and moved on, which he appreciated. The food arrived, appearing on the tables with a casualness that suggested the magical world had decided abundance was the default, and the hall became sound and motion again, the held breath quality of the sorting dissolving into the noise of several hundred students rediscovering hunger after a long journey. Harry ate and listened and mapped. The sorting had one notable event remaining. Malfoy, Draco, was called with the confidence of someone who had been told his whole life that this moment was a formality, and the hat barely paused before calling Slytherin, and Draco Malfoy walked to the green deck table with his chin up and his eyes moving immediately to Harry at the Gryffindor table. Harry looked back. Draco's expression was complex, the practiced condescension of someone raised to look down on things was doing battle with something else, something younger and more honest. He'd tried to introduce himself on the train, Harry remembered, had found the compartment, had looked at Neville with the dismissive ease of someone who'd already categorized him, had turned to Harry with the expectation that Harry would perform the appropriate enthusiasm at being selected as Draco Malfoy's acquaintance. Harry had looked at him and said, pleasantly, I'm already sorted, thanks, which wasn't literally true at that point but was true in the way that mattered, and Draco had stood in the compartment doorway with an expression he hadn't been prepared for, the expression of someone who has extended their hand and had the gesture simply not acknowledged. Now, across the great hall, Draco was still doing the recalibration. He was looking at the rings with an expression his face wasn't quite trained enough to hide, and what was in it was not contempt. It was recognition. He'd been raised in the old families, raised on the history of magical power and bloodlines and who mattered. He knew what those rings were, or he suspected, and the fact that they were on the hands of a boy who'd looked at him on a train with polite indifference was doing something uncomfortable to his well-constructed world. Harry held his gaze for one more second, then looked away and said something to Neville about the pudding. Let him think about it, he thought. After the feast, the first years were led through the castle by the prefects. Harry walked and listened to the castle, really listened, with all the sense Hogwarts foundations triggered in the rings. The castle had its own consciousness, deeply slow, deeply old, the way forests have consciousness, and it was aware of him the way it was aware of nothing else. He felt it in the stones under his feet, in the portraits that turned to watch him pass with expressions of recognition, in the moving staircases that seemed to settle into steadier patterns when he stepped onto them. He paused at one portrait, a large painting of a stern-faced wizard in Elizabethan robes who was watching him with enormous eyes. Lucens, the figure said, very quietly, the same whisper as through thick glass. Harry looked at the portrait. He nodded, once. The figure in the portrait pressed a painted hand briefly over its painted heart. The common room was warm and red and full of the energetic chaos of first years trying to process the day. Harry found a chair near the fire and sat in it, and Neville claimed the chair beside him, and Hermione settled cross-legged on the hearthrug with a book she'd somehow already located, and the three of them were a small, quiet island in the noise. The room gradually organized itself around them. Not obviously, not dramatically, but the noise redistributed slightly, people finding their own orbits, and the orbits that formed closest to the fire were calibrated to Harry without anyone seeming to decide it. He noticed. He filed it. He looked into the fire and felt the castle breathing around him and thought about his mother's letter, "Trust yourself. Trust what the rings tell you. They chose you for a reason and that reason is you." He thought about Dumbledore watching him from the staff table all through dinner with the careful attention of someone revising a long-held plan. He thought about the magical world outside this castle, the ministry, the wound and the network that was Voldemort's unfinished business, the ancient architecture he sat at the center of. He thought about all of it with the calm, complete attention he brought to everything. Then Neville offered him a cauldron cake left over from the train and he took it and ate it and let the evening be what it was. The beginning of things. The opening of a longer story. The first night in a place that knew him, surrounded by people who were beginning to know him, with 12 rings warm on his fingers and the whole magical world spread out ahead of him like a board that nobody else could quite see the full shape of. He was ready. Chapter 4, The school feels at Hogwarts had a smell in the mornings that Harry decided, after the first week, was one of the best things he'd ever encountered, old stone and candle wax and something faintly botanical from the greenhouses drifting up through the courtyard, all of it threaded with the specific cold clean of Scottish Highland air coming through windows that had been left open since the medieval period and weren't going to be closed now. He was up before most of the dormitory. Not because he couldn't sleep, he slept fine, deeply, the rings cycling through their low harmonic hum all night the way a healthy heart cycles through its beats, but because early morning was useful. The castle was different before most of its inhabitants were awake. Quieter. More itself. He'd walk the corridors in the grey pre-dawn light and feel the place talking, the deep geological patience of very old stone that has been lived in for centuries, the accumulated weight of generations of children passing through. Hogwarts had opinions. He was learning to hear them. He'd also discovered, by the third morning, that the castle actively helped him navigate. Not dramatically, not moving staircases out of his way with fanfare, but a subtle preference, a slight current in the air that pulled him toward the faster route, a portrait that would mention conversationally that the corridor ahead was blocked. He'd tested it once by going the wrong way deliberately and the castle had communicated, through the stone under his feet, a mild exasperation that made him smile. Classes began on Thursday. Transfiguration first, which meant McGonagall. She arrived precisely on time, turned her desk into a pig and back with the bored efficiency of someone demonstrating a thing they'd done 10,000 times, and then looked at the class with the expectation of a woman who had spent 40 years deciding what students were made of before they'd fully sat down. Harry liked her immediately. She had the quality he respected most in adults, she didn't perform authority, she simply had it, and it came from competence rather than position. "Everyone will attempt to turn a match into a needle," she said. "I expect to see evidence of a genuine attempt from every student. I do not expect success on the first try. I do expect effort on the first try. There is a difference." General rustling. The match sat in front of Harry on the desk, small and ordinary. He looked at it. Farron, the alchemy ring, was already running its assessment, molecular composition, transformation pathway, the precise restructuring required. He could feel the potential in the wood, the simple conversion needed. He could do this without trying. He thought about that for a moment. About the classroom full of children concentrating hard on something that was genuinely difficult for them. About what it would mean to transform his match in 10 seconds. About what kind of person did that to a room. He picked up his wand, secondary focus, training wheels almost, but useful as a gesture, and concentrated with about 5% of what was available to him, going slowly enough that it looked like genuine effort. The match began to change. It took him about 40 seconds. The tip went silver first, then the change spread down its length gradually, the wood becoming metal, the texture shifting. By the end he had a needle, perfect, sharp, catching the light. McGonagall appeared at his shoulder so quickly he suspected she'd been watching from the moment he started. She picked up the needle and examined it. Then she looked at him with an expression that was part approval, part assessment, and part something more careful. "Full marks, Mr. Potter." She set the needle down. "Could you have done that faster?" The room went quiet. Hermione, 2 seats over, looked up from her own match, which had gone slightly silver at the tip. "Yes," Harry said. McGonagall held his gaze for a moment. "I see," she said. She moved on to the next student, her expression arranged into its usual authority, but Harry had caught, just at the edge of Dress's peripheral awareness, the small, controlled shift in her composure. The adjustment. She'd seen a lot in 40 years. She was doing a very rapid recalibration. He let her. Charms with Flitwick was genuinely enjoyable. The small professor had the energy of someone who loved what he taught at a molecular level, who found it never got old, and that enthusiasm was infectious in the specific way that makes you care about something because someone else cares so completely. When he demonstrated the Wingardium Leviosa motion with the precise focus of an artist, Harry watched and found himself interested, not because he needed the spell but because there was something beautiful about the architecture of it, the way the wand movement directed and shaped magical intent like water through a channel. Hermione mastered it before anyone else. Harry mastered it 7 seconds later and spent the remainder of the class helping Neville, who was trying very hard and getting increasingly despairing about the results. Neville's magic worked fine, Harry could feel it, a solid and genuine capacity, but it was buried under about 5 layers of accumulated anxiety about failing, each layer adding weight to the next. "You're not doing it wrong," Harry told him, which was true. "You're watching your hands instead of the feather." Neville looked up. Looked at the feather. Tried again. The feather rose 6 inches and wobbled there with magnificent uncertainty before dropping. Neville made a sound that contained equal parts frustration and surprised triumph. "That's it," Harry said. "That's what it's supposed to feel like." Flitwick appeared at their table, beaming. "Excellent, Mr. Longbottom. First successful levitation in the class." He looked at Harry. "I understand you'd already managed it, Mr. Potter." "Neville's was better," Harry said. Flitwick's eyebrows went up, and then he looked at Neville, who had gone slightly pink with the specific expression of someone who had never once been told their version of anything was better than anyone else's, and the small professor smiled with genuine warmth. "Indeed," he said. "Indeed it was." Neville didn't say anything for the rest of the class. But when they were packing up he looked at Harry sideways and said, quietly, "You didn't have to do that." "I know," Harry said. "But it was true." Neville nodded. The 30% relaxation had become something more settled and complete. They walked to the Great Hall for lunch and the conversation moved on and Harry noticed, in the peripheral way he noticed things without making a production of it, that Neville walked about 3 inches taller than he had that morning. Potions was the one everyone had warned him about. The dungeons were cold and lit by candlelight and smelled of things that required careful handling, and Snape moved through them like he'd been designed for this specific environment, dark and precise and carrying the authority of someone who knew more about this room than you did and was not going to let you forget it. He swept the class with a look that was, Harry suspected, an annual performance, the necessary establishment of the hierarchy on the first day, the reminder that whatever you thought you knew walking in, this was Snape's room and Snape's rules. Then his eyes landed on Harry and stayed there for a moment. Harry looked back. He kept his expression completely neutral, which was his default, but neutral with Harry had a particular quality. It wasn't blank, it wasn't submissive, it was just the expression of someone waiting for a conversation to begin. Someone who was not, under any circumstances, going to be the first to look away. Snape began his opening speech. It was genuinely brilliant, Harry would give him that without hesitation. The man could talk about potions the way Flitwick talked about charms, from the inside of a deep love for the subject, but where Flitwick's love was warm and expansive, Snape's was cold and exacting and made it seem like sloppy work was a personal insult. "Potter," he said, mid-speech, without any preamble. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The class went tense. It was clearly a trap, the kind of question designed to establish that nobody in first year should yet know the answer, that they were behind before they'd started. Harry had read Magical Drafts and Potions, Advanced Potion Making, and 4 other texts from Flourish and Blots across the summer. "The Draft of Living Death," he said. "One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. Asphodel is a type of lily, which combined with wormwood, which represents sorrow in the old flower language, makes the potion particularly specific to grief-related magical theory. Some scholars think the name references sleep as a mercy." Silence. Snape looked at him. The question had been designed to produce ignorance and instead had produced an analysis that went beyond what the question asked, and Snape was, whatever else he was, intelligent enough to recognize the difference between rote knowledge and actual understanding. "Where would you look," Snape said, not missing a beat, "if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "Stomach of a goat," Harry said. "Antidote to most poisons. The logic is that goats eat most things without consequence, so whatever in their biology produces the bezoar has already done the work of neutralizing toxins." Another silence. Longer this time. "What is the difference?" Snape said, and his tone had shifted slightly. The trap having failed, he'd moved to genuine inquiry, which was a different thing entirely, between monkshood and wolfsbane. "Same plant," Harry said. "Also called aconite. The name depends on the regional tradition using it. Monkshood because of the flower's shape. Wolfsbane from the lycanthropy treatment applications. Aconite from the Greek." The class had gone entirely still. Snape stood at the front of the dungeon with his arms folded and looked at Harry with an expression that had stopped being the mask and was now something more genuine, not approval, not warmth, but the specific focused attention of someone encountering competence. 5 points to Gryffindor," he said. "For demonstrating that some students have thought to look at their textbooks before class." He moved on. The lecture continued. The practical work began, and Snape moved through the dungeon with the focused intensity of a surgeon making rounds, correcting with efficiency and no apparent mercy. He slowed at Harry's cauldron, looked at the brewing potion, and moved on without comment, which Harry understood was the highest compliment available in this room. At the end of class, as the students were leaving, Snape said his name. Just his name, not Mr. Potter, which already meant something. Harry waited while the others filed out. Hermione gave him a quick, questioning look. He gave her a small nod that said "I'll tell you later," and she went. The dungeon emptied. Snape stood at his desk looking at Harry with the kind of focused unreadability that was its own kind of communication. "Your mother," Snape said finally, "was the finest potion student I ever taught." Harry waited. "She would have been interested to know you have those." He indicated the rings with the smallest possible gesture, the kind that said he knew what they were and wasn't going to perform ignorance. "She knew about the vault." "I know," Harry said. "She left me a letter." Something moved in Snape's face. It was brief and deep and entirely personal, and Harry didn't reach toward it with Dressa. That felt like a violation of something. He let it pass. "She said to trust the rings," Harry said, not because it was Snape's business but because something about the moment felt like it was the right thing to say. Snape was quiet for a long moment. "She was," he said carefully, "usually right about that kind of thing." He turned away, conversation over, that much was clear, and started reorganizing something on his desk. "Don't be late to my next class." Harry left. In the corridor outside he thought about what Dressa had picked up even without reaching, the grief in that room, old and particular, the specific emotional fingerprint of someone who had never stopped carrying something. He thought about his mother's handwriting on the letter, the 11 rewrites, the "I love you so much it breaks me." He thought, complicated doesn't mean wrong. He filed Snape in the cabinet under more than they appear and went to find Neville and Hermione for dinner. The first truly notable event of the term happened on Friday, in the corridor outside the History of Magic classroom. Draco Malfoy had been doing what Harry had come to think of as his patrol, moving through Hogwarts with a small retinue of Slytherins, Crabbe and Goyle moving like attendant moons, and doing the social work of establishing hierarchy early. He'd done it to most of the first-year Gryffindors already, in small ways, the commenting on parentage, the careful ranking of blood status, the language of a world that organized itself by those distinctions. Harry had been watching him the way you watch weather, noting it, tracking it, not particularly concerned. He was coming out of History of Magic with Hermione and Neville when Draco and his attendants appeared at the corridor junction. "Potter," Draco said. He'd been working up to this. Harry could feel the intent of it, the prepared quality. "I've been thinking about what you said on the train." "I said quite a few things on the train," Harry said pleasantly. "You said you were already sorted." Draco's pale eyes were sharp. "I've asked about those rings. My father knows things. He says there are old stories about a vault at Godric's Hollow. About a sovereign seal." He kept his chin up, doing his best impression of someone for whom this conversation was casual. "He says whoever has those rings is someone worth knowing." "Your father is right about the rings," Harry said. Draco took that as an invitation. "So, he's wrong about the conclusion," Harry continued, in exactly the same tone. "Whether you're worth knowing has nothing to do with what my rings are worth. Different question entirely." Draco blinked. I've watched you for a week," Harry said. He was not unkind about it, but he was direct, and the directness had weight behind it that made Crabbe and Goyle instinctively shift their positions. "You're intelligent, more than you let on with those two. You know the history, you know the politics, you understand more about how this world works than most first years because you were raised to understand it. That's actually interesting." He paused. "And then you take all of that and you use it to organize a ranking system based on who your parents are, which is the least interesting possible application of everything you know." The corridor was quiet. Draco's expression had gone through several phases quickly: contempt, then confusion, then something that wanted to be rage and couldn't quite find the footing because what Harry had said wasn't an attack. It was an assessment. A genuine, considered one, which was much harder to dismiss than an insult. "What Neville's parents were," Harry said, in a tone that was completely level, "has nothing to do with who Neville is." Draco's eyes went to Neville briefly. Neville wasn't cowering, which was new for him in these interactions. He was standing with his chin at a moderate but definite elevation, Trevor the Toad a reassuring weight in his pocket. "Is that what this is about?" Draco said, and his voice had gone strange, not angry, almost genuinely curious, like he was trying to understand the rules of a game he hadn't known he was playing. "Defending Longbottom?" "No," Harry said. "This is about you." He said it without judgment, just information. "You have the option to be actually interesting. I'd bother with that instead." He walked on. Hermione and Neville fell into step on either side of him, and behind them the corridor held the specific loaded silence of something that had not resolved the way it was supposed to. "He's going to be horrible about this," Hermione said, after they'd turned the corner. "Probably," Harry agreed. "You're not worried?" "No." "Why not?" "Not challenging, genuinely curious." "Because eventually he'll get tired of being predictable," Harry said. Hermione thought about this for several steps. "That's either very insightful or very optimistic." "Both," Neville said, from Harry's other side. It was the most confident single word he'd offered yet, and he seemed slightly surprised himself. They walked on. The castle continued its ongoing process of working out how to hold him. The portraits had mostly resolved their response within the first week: recognition, warmth, the occasional quiet greeting from figures he'd learned to recognize as the castle's long-term residents. The moving staircases moved for him with a fluidity they didn't show others, not dramatically, just a certain preference. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall showed, on the second Tuesday, a brief clear patch of stars directly above his head when the rest of the hall was thick with cloud, a small personal gesture from whatever consciousness organized the enchantment. He didn't perform any of this. He just moved through the castle and the castle moved around him. Dumbledore was watching. Harry could feel it, not surveillance exactly, more the quality of an extremely experienced and patient person tracking something from a respectful distance. They hadn't spoken yet. They'd been in the same space several times, meals, the welcome assembly, once in a corridor where Dumbledore had been walking with McGonagall and had paused to let the first years pass and had looked at Harry with those half-moon spectacles and the expression of someone choosing not to speak yet. Harry had nodded. Dumbledore had nodded back. McGonagall had looked between them with the expression of a woman who processed unusual things by cataloging them for later. The first real test came on Saturday morning. He was in the library, alone, which he preferred for serious reading, Meridian riding on his shoulder, with 3 books open, working through the historical theory of ancient magical law, when the door opened and a boy he didn't recognize came in followed by 2 others. Older students, 3rd years by the look of them, Slytherin robes. They moved with the casual confidence of people who had established that the library was their territory. The first boy stopped when he saw Harry. Looked at him. Looked at the rings with the expression Harry was learning to read as specifically Slytherin, the calculation of power, the quick assessment of threat and opportunity. "You're the first year," the boy said. "The famous one." His tone was doing something complicated, dismissive and curious at once. Marcus Flint, Harry said, which he knew because Lucens had filed everyone he'd encountered by name and relevant detail without him having to try. "Quidditch captain. 3rd year. You're here to check out the Advanced Quidditch Strategies text but someone else has it, so you're going to wait, which is putting you in a bad mood." Flint stared at him. "The book is in the restricted area of the sports section," Harry continued, "second shelf from the bottom, because Madame Pants reshelves incorrectly when she's tired and she was tired Thursday." "Accio." He said it conversationally, with a small wandless gesture, not because he needed the wand gesture but because it was the grammar of this world and he was working within it. The book slid neatly off its shelf in the distance and landed on the table beside him. He looked at it, the right one, he confirmed without needing to check, Lucens had mapped it precisely, and slid it across the table toward Flint without looking up from his own reading. The silence that followed had a quality he was getting familiar with. "How did you?" Flint started. "Accio is a 4th-year spell," one of the others said. "Thank you for the book, Flint," Harry said pleasantly, and went back to reading. Flint stood there for another moment. Harry could feel him working something out, doing the math of what had just happened, arriving at a conclusion he hadn't planned for. Then he picked up the book, and there was something in how he picked it up, carefully, with a slight adjustment of posture, that said the calculation had landed somewhere unexpected. They left. Harry filed it and turned a page. An hour later, Neville arrived with Hermione and a packet of crisps from the kitchens. He'd found the kitchen entrance in his second day, which said something about Neville's particular set of navigational priorities, and they spread out across the table in the comfortable way of people who'd worked out each other's library rhythms, Hermione with 4 books of her own, Neville with his herbology textbook and the expression of someone who had found the one subject that made sense. "Snape took 5 points from Gryffindor this morning," Hermione said, without preamble. "From Dean Thomas, for having ink on his left cuff. Snape takes points for existing in ways he finds aesthetically offensive," Neville said, with the particular bitterness of someone who had lost points for the toad. "He's fair in the dungeon, at least," Harry said. Both of them looked at him. "He's unpleasant," Harry said, "but he marks on competence, not favoritism. That's actually rarer than it should be." "That is the most charitable interpretation of Professor Snape I have ever heard," Hermione said. "I didn't say he was kind. I said he was fair about the work." Harry turned another page. Different things. The Saturday morning drifted into afternoon. The library filled and emptied in waves. At some point Fred and George Weasley appeared, did not come to borrow books, were clearly scouting for something, spotted Harry, considered, and came over with the energy of people who have found what they were looking for. "We've been working something out," Fred said, dropping into a chair. "Don't look like that," George added. "It's a compliment really." "The castle likes you," Fred said. "We've been watching. We know the castle better than anyone, we dispute anyone who claimed otherwise, and the castle has not behaved this way in our experience." Fred leaned his elbows on the table. "The staircases, the portraits, the ceiling thing on Tuesday, I noticed the ceiling thing," Hermione said immediately. "It's acknowledging the rings," Harry said. "Hogwarts was partly built by 2 of the 12 founders. The castle recognizes the sovereign seal." The twins looked at each other. "The sovereign seal," George repeated. "We've heard that phrase before," Fred said. "Dad has some old books, your dad collects Muggle artifacts," Harry said. "He probably has the books because nobody else thought they were worth keeping. Most of the sovereign history has been quietly sidelined." "Why?" Neville asked. "Because knowing the sovereign law exists means knowing the Ministry and the Wisengamot aren't the highest authority," Harry said. "Which is an uncomfortable thing to know if you're the Ministry." A small silence settled over the table with the quality of several people simultaneously processing an implication. "So you're," Fred started. "Above the Ministry?" George finished. "The sovereign seal is above all current institutional law by its own terms," Harry said. "Not because I want to use it that way. But yes." He turned another page. "Technically." The twins stared at him. Then at each other. Then back at him. "We have," Fred said slowly, "been wasting our time on mere school-level chaos." "Genuinely," George agreed. Hermione had her quill out and was writing something. Neville was looking at Harry with the expression he'd perfected, the one that said he knew he was sitting next to something significant and had made a decision to find it steady rather than alarming. Dinner that night had the specific charged quality of a week that had been accumulating towards something. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and ate and listened. The hall's conversations washed over him, bits of news from the wider wizarding world, complaints about homework, the ongoing social negotiations of several hundred children working out their hierarchies. He caught, from 2 tables over at Ravenclaw, the edge of a conversation about a break-in at Gringotts over the summer, a vault emptied, something moved before the attempt had reached it. He knew about this. The Gringotts goblins had mentioned it, briefly, when he'd been there in August, Vault 713, emptied by Dumbledore the same day Harry had been in the bank. He'd filed it then. He felt Veyrath now, the sideways time sense, the sense of threads converging. Something that had been in that vault was now in this building, he understood. Something worth protecting, something worth the elaborate misdirection of moving it the same day an attempted theft was made. He looked at the staff table. Dumbledore was eating his dinner with serene contentment, chatting to Professor Sprout on his left. Snape, on his right, was doing his version of eating dinner, which looked like enduring it. Quirrell was at the end of the staff table. He'd had defense against the dark arts on Thursday, and Quirrell had delivered it in the stutter-and-stumble style of someone performing nervousness so thoroughly that it had become real, or was something more deliberate than either. Harry had spent that class feeling unsettled in a way he couldn't fully articulate until the end when he'd let Dressa open very slightly and felt something. Under the nervousness. Under the stutter. Something wrong, in the way a wrong note in a chord is wrong, audible and specific. He'd filed that too, with a note in the mental cabinet, Quirrell. Look closer. After dinner, the walk back to Gryffindor Tower, Neville beside him, Hermione on his other side talking about something Flitwick had said in class that she'd been turning over all day. The castle settling into its evening routines, the torches burning lower, the portraits going in and out of their frames with the sociability of a world that existed in the walls. Harry stopped at a particular stretch of corridor on the 3rd floor that the castle had been nudging him toward all week. He'd been past it twice and both times Veyrath had said not yet in its sideways way. Now it said nothing, which meant yes. What? Neville said, because Harry had stopped. Something's here. Harry looked at the corridor. A door at the end, heavy and locked. He could feel Verdani reading the enchantments, multiple layers, serious ones, the kind of magical security that said something behind this door mattered. He could also feel something else. Past the locked door, past the enchantments. Something alive. Something with hot breath and instinct and the deep animal contentment of something that has been given a job it understands. "There's something behind that door," Hermione said. She was reading the enchantments herself, her own magic less a ring-given sensitivity than a trained sensitivity, the product of 2 weeks of concentrated study. Heavy protection charms. Locking charms, several. And something living. Hagrid's creature, Harry said. He'd heard Hagrid mention it in passing. The groundskeeper had a face that stored no secrets, a quality Harry found genuinely charming. He moved something here. From Gringotts. From Vault 713, Hermione said immediately. The break-in, someone tried to rob the vault but Dumbledore had already moved whatever was in it. I read about it in the Daily Prophet from August. She looked at the door. So it's here. Hidden. Someone will come for it, Harry said, not as speculation but as the quiet certainty that Veyrath offered when the threads were visible. Someone's already inside this school who wants it. He looked at the door for another moment. Then he turned and walked back the way they'd come. That's it? Neville asked, following. We know something's there, we know someone might come for it, and we're walking away. I know it's there, Harry said. I know it's protected. I know whoever's coming for it hasn't made their move yet. He walked. When they do, I'll know. How? Hermione asked. He thought about how to explain Veyrath and settled for, the same way I knew about your toad. Neville processed this. That's, simultaneously very reassuring and very unsettling. Yes, Harry agreed. Back in the common room, the fire burning high, the room full of the inhabited noise of an evening. Harry sat in his chair and let the day process, filing, connecting, updating the map. Quirrell. The third-floor door. Dumbledore's positioning of the object. The castle's ongoing calibration to his presence. And Draco, across the hall at dinner, who had looked at him exactly twice with an expression that had graduated from simple recalibration to something more earnest, the beginning of a question taking shape in someone not used to having questions they couldn't already answer. And Neville, who was telling Trevor about the Wingardium Leviosa lesson in his quiet, earnest way, and who had walked 3 inches taller every day since Thursday. And Hermione, on the hearthrug, who was writing a letter to her parents and stopping every few sentences to think, her quill tapping her lips, the expression of someone whose categories were being productively disrupted. Harry looked at his hands. 12 rings. 12 warm points of contact with the deep structure of a world he was only beginning to properly move through. He thought about what his mother had written. The best thing that ever happened to me and your father. He thought, I'm going to make that worth something. The fire crackled. The castle breathed. Outside the high windows, the Scottish sky was coming alive with stars, and the ceiling of the great hall below them, enchanted and beautiful, was showing every one of them with its usual faithfulness, the whole vast canopy of the night, infinite and various and entirely indifferent to what was small and what was sovereign. He looked at it through the window and thought, not indifferent. Lucens hummed against his finger, warm and mapping. Just watching, it said, in the wordless way it said things. He looked back. Chapter 5, Old Laws and New Crowns. The owl arrived during breakfast on a Wednesday in October. Not one owl. 7. They came through the high windows of the great hall in formation, which wasn't how owls normally moved. Owls were solitary by postal preference, each one on its own schedule, arriving with the specific independence of creatures that considered coordination beneath them. 7 owls moving together meant the letters had been sent simultaneously, deliberately, from 7 different offices that had coordinated their delivery. That level of coordination meant the ministry. Harry watched them come and felt Veyrath give a small, satisfied hum. Here it is, the ring said, in its sideways way. The thing that's been building. The owls landed along the Gryffindor table with an interval precision that made nearby students lean away from them. One landed directly in front of Harry. The others distributed themselves down the table, which meant the letters weren't for him specifically, they were going to multiple recipients, a broadcast. He untied his letter first. The parchment was heavy, formal, sealed with the ministry crest, a wand and scales, gold on purple. He opened it while Hermione, who had received an identical envelope, was already reading hers with the focused intensity of someone speed processing legal language. The letter was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It was 2 pages, dense with the particular style of official communication that uses many words to say a simple thing, and what it said, stripped of its elaboration, was, "It has come to the attention of this department that a series of unauthorized magical signatures of indeterminate origin have been detected in the vicinity of and attributed to one Harry James Potter, age 11, currently enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Said signatures do not conform to registered categories of magical practice and exceed parameters permitted under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. This department requires Mr. Potter's presence at the Ministry of Magic, London, at his earliest convenience, for assessment and clarification. Failure to attend may result in further inquiry." Harry put the letter down. He picked up his toast. Hermione set her own copy down and looked at him with the alert expression of someone who has just processed a legal document and arrived at an opinion. "They're citing the underage magic restriction," she said. "But the restriction applies to magic performed outside school. You haven't performed magic outside school." "They're not citing what I've done outside school," Harry said. "They're citing my magical signature existing at all." He ate his toast. "Which isn't covered by the underage restriction, or any restriction." "They know about the rings," Neville said, from across the table. He'd received a letter too, which he was reading more slowly and with increasing alarm, not for himself, for what it meant. "Or they know something big is near you." "They've known for 3 years, Harry said. "They've been sending surveillance past the Dursleys since the summer after the vault." Hermione stared at him. "You knew they were watching?" "A wizard walked past the house twice in my first year. 2 came in my second. They sent a detection device in October of my second year and Verdani responded to the probe and whoever was holding the device didn't much like the response." He took a sip of pumpkin juice. "They've been building a file on an anomaly for 3 years without enough information to know what the anomaly is. And now they want you in front of them," Hermione said, thinking out loud. "So they can see what it is directly." "Right. Are you going?" Harry considered. He felt Verdani, the law ring, running quietly against his finger. The law ring had been increasingly present in his awareness over the past few weeks, the way a sound becomes more audible when you start listening for it. Verdani dealt in binding oaths and legal structures, and it had been, in its quiet way, doing a continuous commentary on every piece of institutional law it encountered at Hogwarts. It had opinions about the ministry summons. Specific, well-considered opinions. "I'm going," he said. "But not the way they've asked." Hermione picked up her quill and her response letter parchment without being asked. "What do you want to say?" "Tell them I'm available on Saturday. Tell them I'll attend at 10 in the morning. Tell them I'll be bringing advisors." He paused. "And tell them to have a full Wisengamot session prepared." She looked up. "A full, Harry, the Wisengamot is the entire magical parliament. They don't convene for, I know what it is," he said. "Tell them to have it ready." She held his gaze for a moment, doing a rapid internal assessment. Then she wrote it down exactly as he'd said it, because Hermione Granger was, at her core, someone who understood when to ask questions and when to trust the answer would be worth waiting for. The reply from the ministry arrived that afternoon, another formal letter, considerably shorter than the first, confirming Saturday at 10, worded with the specific careful language of people who have received an unusual request and decided to comply with it while communicating that they find complying with it unusual. Dumbledore appeared at dinner that evening. Not dramatically, he was always at dinner, at the staff table, eating his meal with the serene contentment of a man who genuinely enjoyed food and wasn't above showing it. But that evening he looked up from the faculty table with a specificity that said the owl traffic had reached him, and he made a small gesture, the kind that looked like he was adjusting his napkin but was actually, unmistakably, an invitation. Harry finished his dinner, excused himself from Neville and Hermione's ongoing debate about the best wand motion for the switching spell, and walked to the staff table. Up close, Dumbledore was more present than he seemed from across the hall. The quality of his attention was extraordinary. Harry felt it the way you feel sunlight shift when a cloud moves, a change in the quality of light in the room. The half-moon spectacles caught the candlelight. The eyes behind them were very blue and very old and doing something very careful. "Harry," he said, which was the first time he'd used Harry's first name. It was deliberate. "Sit, please." Harry sat in the empty chair that McGonagall had just vacated. The other staff were engaged in their own conversations, though several of them had adjusted their trajectories just slightly in the way people do when they want to listen without appearing to. "I understand you've received a ministry summons," Dumbledore said. "And replied," Harry said. "So I heard." There was something in Dumbledore's tone, not disapproval exactly, more the specific careful quality of someone who has information they're deciding how to deploy. "You've asked for a full Wisengamot session." "Yes." "That is," Dumbledore said, with the measured deliberateness of a man choosing each word as if from a large selection, an unusual request from a first-year student. "It's an unusual situation," Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He was looking at Harry with the expression Harry had been watching for 3 months, the chess grandmaster expression, the one that said there were layers of plan and counterplan running behind those spectacles. And beneath it, something more genuine. Something that was, if he had to name it, close to wonder. "The vault opened," Dumbledore said, very quietly. "Not a question." "October, 3 years ago," Harry said. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, something had shifted, the chess master expression had settled into something more direct. "How much do you know about what the rings mean?" "In legal terms." "Everything in the vault's archive," Harry said. "Which is considerably more than what's in the Hogwarts library. Which is more than what the ministry knows." He paused. "Verdani has been reading your laws since September. The sovereign bond predates the ministry, the Wisengamot, and the International Confederation of Wizards. Every piece of institutional law that's been built since 940 AD was built on a foundation that the bond created and that the bond is still, technically, the highest expression of." Dumbledore was looking at him very steadily. "You intend to invoke it." "I intend to establish it," Harry said. "There's a difference." "Tell me the difference." "Invoking it would be using it as a weapon, claiming authority to override a specific decision or force a specific outcome. I don't want to do that. I want the bond on record. I want the Wisengamot to formally acknowledge that it exists and what it means, because there are things coming that are going to require the whole structure to hold, and the structure holds better if everyone knows what the load-bearing elements are." Silence. The hall's noise continued around them, oblivious. Dumbledore picked up his goblet, turned it in his hand, set it down. "You're referring to Voldemort," he said, using the name with the particular ease of someone who had always refused to flinch from it. "Among other things," Harry said. "You know about the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said. "Not quite a question." "I know something important is on the 3rd floor," Harry said. "I know Quirrell is compromised. I know the timeline is this year." He paused. "I'm not going to take action yet." "Because?" "Because the board recognizes the stone as yours to handle, and I'm not in the business of taking things out of people's hands unless they can't handle them." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "Can you handle it?" It was an extraordinary question. Nobody asked Dumbledore if he could handle things. He'd been the world's definitive answer to that question for 60 years. The slight widening of his eyes said as much. Then, remarkably, he laughed. A small, genuine sound. I believe so, he said. But I appreciate the question. I'll be at the ministry Saturday, Harry said. You're welcome to attend. I wouldn't miss it, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded, stood, returned to his table. He sat down and found Neville and Hermione watching him with expressions calibrated to the specific frequency of people who had been trying very hard to appear not to be watching the conversation at the staff table. Well? Hermione asked. He's going to come on Saturday, Harry said, and picked up his pudding spoon. The next 2 days had the specific texture of a building before a storm, the air charged in a way most people couldn't identify but everyone could feel. He went to classes and was present and attentive and did the work because the work was worth doing and because he wasn't the kind of person who coasted on capacity when effort was available. He had a charms lesson that was genuinely fun, Flitwick introducing intermediate summoning variations that had most of the class struggling and Harry experimenting with wand movement precision for his own interest rather than necessity. He had another encounter with Draco on Friday. It was different from the corridor confrontation, less of a performance, more of a private thing. He was coming out of the library alone, Hermione and Neville having already gone up, when Draco was there. Without Crabbe and Goyle, which was notable. Without the chin-up posture that served as his armor in public, which was more notable. I've been reading, Draco said, without preamble. Harry waited. About the sovereign bond, Draco said, and his voice had the careful quality of someone reporting a finding they're not sure how to feel about. My father has texts. Old ones. He's always said they were historical curiosity, that the bond was never activated, that it was essentially a myth that the founders used to justify their own authority. He paused. He was wrong. Often is, apparently, Harry said. Draco's jaw tightened. Not in anger, in the more complicated way of someone whose foundation is shifting. The texts say the sovereign is bound by the rings to the welfare of the magical world. Not to any house, any bloodline, any institution. The welfare of the magical world. Yes, Harry said. That's not, Draco stopped. Started again. Everything I've been taught about who matters and who doesn't, the pure blood structures, the way the ministry works, the Dark Lords, he stopped again. His face was doing something it clearly wasn't trained to do, something young and unguarded. Those texts say all of that is, subordinate. That there's a law above all of it. There is, Harry said. And you hold it. I hold the seal of it, Harry said. The law exists whether I hold it or not. I'm the point where it makes contact with the world. Draco was quiet for a moment. Harry waited with the patience he brought to everything, without pressure, without the urge to fill the silence with something that would make it easier for either of them. My father is going to be a problem, Draco said finally. It was, Harry recognized, a significant thing for him to say. An admission of something he wasn't supposed to see yet. I know, Harry said. Most people with a great deal of investment in the old structure will be. And you're, what? You're going to I'm going to establish the law, Harry said. What people do with that information is their choice. He paused. Including your father. Including you. Draco looked at him for a long moment. The calculation was still running, he could see it, the Slytherin instinct working through angles and outcomes. But underneath it something else was working too, something that had been working since the corridor, since the train. Something that was Draco Malfoy's own intelligence, stripped of the performance. The ministry summons, Draco said. You asked for a full Wisengamot session. Yes. They're going to try to classify you. He said it with the flat certainty of someone raised in a political family. Classify and contain. They'll want a category. I know, Harry said. And you're going anyway. I'm going to give them the category, Harry said. Mine. On my terms. Something moved in Draco's expression that was close to respect. Reluctant, contested, but real. He straightened slightly, the old posture returning, but its quality had changed. Less armor, more bearing. Gryffindor, he said, like he was considering the word from a new angle. Saturday, Harry said. You can read about it in Monday's Prophet if you're curious. He walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, and behind him the corridor was quiet, and Draco Malfoy stood in the library entrance doing math that had a different answer than he'd expected. Saturday morning. Harry wore his school robes. He'd considered other choices and dismissed them. He was 11 years old, a Hogwarts first-year student, and he was going to walk into the Ministry of Magic in the clothes of the world he'd been born into, not a costume. The rings were enough. They were always enough. His advisors, which he'd mentioned in the letter, Hermione, because she'd read more law in 2 months than most students read in 7 years, Neville, because Neville's family had Wisengamot connections through his grandmother and he knew the culture, and Dumbledore, because Dumbledore was the acknowledged leader of the magical world and his presence would communicate something important about the nature of what was happening. They traveled by Floo, Dumbledore's connection, the school's Floo network accessing the ministries. Harry went through and came out in the ministry atrium, which was vast and gold and busy, even on a Saturday, with the specific purposeful movement of a large institution. The atrium went quiet when he walked out of the fireplace. Not dramatically. A ripple of attention, the way a crowd adjusts when something notable appears. He recognized, already known here in a low-frequency way, the surveillance, the reports, the anomaly file that had been building for 3 years. People who worked in the ministry had heard things. Were aware, in the vague way of institutional awareness, that something significant was attached to the name Harry Potter beyond the standard boy-who-lived mythology. He walked to the welcome desk. The witch behind it looked at him. Looked at the rings. Looked at her welcoming smile and appeared to misplace it. Mr. Potter, she said carefully. The Wisengamot chamber is prepared. Level 10. The elevators are, thank you, Harry said. Dumbledore emerged from the Floo behind him, then Hermione, then Neville. The witch looked at this assembly and appeared to decide the safest response was efficiency. Level 10 was deep in the ministry, reached by elevator and then corridor, the architecture becoming older and heavier as they descended, the stone less polished, more fundamental. Harry felt Verdani respond to the depth. The oldest magical law lived down here, in the foundations of the institution, the original charter stones. He could feel them. They hummed back. The Wisengamot chamber was circular, tiered seating in dark wood rising around a central space, lit by floating lights that had the quality of something that had been burning a long time. The members were seated, all of them, a full session, somewhere north of 50 witches and wizards in plum-colored robes with the Wisengamot W embroidered in silver. At the head of the chamber sat Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, a man with the specific look of someone who had been told this meeting was important and wasn't entirely sure why but had decided a bowler hat was appropriate. The chamber's attention fell on Harry the way attention falls on things that demand it. He walked to the center of the floor, the designated respondent space, and stood with his hands at his sides and looked around at them all. He was 11 years old. He was the smallest person in the room by significant margin. He stood in the center of the most powerful legislative body in British magical history and he looked comfortable there, which was, he could feel, the most unsettling thing about him. Fudge cleared his throat. Mr. Potter. Thank you for attending. We've had some concerns, quite legitimate concerns, about, that is, the department has been monitoring. I know what's been monitoring me, Harry said. His voice was clear, not loud, the kind of voice that carries without effort. And I know why. Fudge blinked. Right. Yes. Well. The issue at hand is the magical signatures that have been, Minister Fudge, Harry said, not rudely but with the specific quality of someone steering a conversation that has begun to meander. I'd like to invoke Article 1 of the Founders' Compact. The chamber went very still. Fudge looked at someone to his left, a senior Wisengamot member, older, white-haired, with the expression of someone who has just heard something that belongs to a category he considers theoretical. The Founders' Compact hasn't been invoked in 943 years, Harry said. But it remains active. The compact has never been dissolved. It's in the original Ministry Charter, if anyone wants to look. He glanced at Hermione, who was standing at the edge of the chamber floor and already had a document open. Section 7, Hermione said crisply, of the original Charter of Magical Governance, 1207, reads, "All subsequent law rests upon the Foundation Compact of the 12, which shall be dissolved only by unanimous consent of the sovereign sealholder, said dissolution having never been requested or offered." She looked up. "It's never been amended because it's never been possible to amend it without the sealholder's consent." The chamber's silence had a different quality now. Harry could feel Verdani running at full frequency, the ring essentially reading the room, the legal architecture of this place, the structures, the foundations, the ways in which the current institution sat on the older one. And Lucens was mapping every face, every response, every calculation. He waited. Let them process. The oldest member of the Wiesengemot, which Harry recognized from the Vault Record's recent historical section, Griselda Marchbanks, who had been examining students at Hogwarts since 1883 and who had a face that expressed opinions clearly, leaned forward and looked at the rings. "Those are real," she said. "Not a question. Not uncertainty. A statement from someone who had enough knowledge to recognize what she was seeing. All 12. I thought I'd never," she stopped herself. Looked at Harry with the specific expression of someone deciding to simply acknowledge what's in front of them. "Article 1 of the Founders' Compact," she said clearly, to the chamber. "The respondent has the right to invoke it. The question of the seal must be verified. The verification procedure is in the Vault's archive," Harry said. "I can provide it. But I'll offer the short version." He held out both hands, turned them palm up, 12 rings on his fingers. He let all 12 run simultaneously, fully, at a level he'd never demonstrated publicly. The chamber filled with light, 12 distinct qualities of it, harmonizing the way 12 instruments harmonize, the whole becoming something that was neither blinding nor comfortable but was completely undeniable, that pressed against every surface in the room with the weight of something that had been waiting a very long time to be acknowledged. Every instrument in the ministry, he knew from Lucens, was spiking. Every detection device, every measurement system, every ward and monitoring enchantment in the building was responding to what he was doing, and what it was responding with was the same thing Verdani had said to the probe 3 years ago, "This is sovereign claimed. Tread carefully." He pulled it back. Let the room breathe. Fudge had gone pale. Marchbanks was still leaning forward. "When did the vault open?" 3 years ago, Harry said. "You've had 3 years with them." Her tone was sharp and direct, the tone of someone who understood what that meant. "How many domains are you fluent in?" "All 12, Harry said. She sat back. Several other members were whispering to each other. The whispers had the quality of people recalibrating very quickly. Fudge had found his voice. "Now, see here. Whatever these rings are, whatever this compact business, the ministry is the governing body of magical Britain and any authority here must be, minister." Harry looked at him directly. Fudge stopped. He would have found it difficult not to stop. There was something about Harry's attention when it was fully on you that had the quality of the sun coming out from behind a cloud. Not threatening. Just very present. "I'm not here to take your job. I'm not here to dismantle the ministry. The sovereign bond isn't a political office." He kept his voice measured, informational. "Think of it as the foundation your institution is built on. I'm here to tell you the foundation exists. That it's active. That it has a tenant." Fudge absorbed this. "And what," he said carefully, "does the tenant want? Right now?" "Formal acknowledgement that the compact exists and that the seal is active." Harry lowered his hands. "Down the road, cooperation. The magical world has a serious problem moving toward it. When it arrives, you're going to need all your structures to hold, and they hold better when they're built on something real. The whispering had stopped. The chamber was doing the collective work of a large body of people updating their model of the world. Marchbanks spoke, in a voice that carried. I move that the Wisengamot formally acknowledge the activation of the Founder's Sovereign Compact and the identity of the sealholder. She looked around the chamber. All in favor? It wasn't unanimous. There were dissenters, a cluster of older members with the specific careful expressions of people who had built their power in the existing structure and understood that acknowledgement of something above them was structurally uncomfortable. Fudge himself abstained, which was its own kind of answer. But the majority raised their hands. Marchbanks nodded. The motion carries. The compact is acknowledged. The sealholder is recognized. She looked at Harry. On record, and in the Ministry archive. Thank you, Harry said. Dumbledore, who had been standing at the side of the chamber the entire time with the expression of someone watching a chess game played at a level that impressed him, made the smallest movement, a slight incline of the head. Not quite a bow. Something more personal than that. Harry met his eyes. Nodded once. The session dissolved into controlled chaos, members talking to each other, several of them moving toward the floor, aides appearing from doors that Harry hadn't noticed, the administrative machinery of a large institution trying to work out what had just happened. Fudge was in urgent conversation with someone Harry recognized from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Marchbanks was sitting back with the satisfied expression of someone who has been waiting for this meeting to happen for longer than most people had been alive. Neville appeared at Harry's elbow. His face was doing something extraordinary, the expression of someone who grew up in a political family, who understood what Wisengamot sessions meant and what today's had meant, and who was making very rapid sense of it. Gran, he said, half to himself. Gran is going to, what's she going to do? Harry asked. Send about 15 letters by tomorrow morning, Neville said. She knew about the bond, vaguely, historically. She always said it was real. Everyone told her she was being nostalgic. He looked at Harry with the expression that had been settling towards something permanent and warm ever since the train. She's going to be insufferable about being right. She was right, Harry said. I know, Neville said, and smiled the smile of someone whose grandmother is occasionally exactly right about everything. Hermione came from the edge of the chamber where she'd been taking notes with the focused energy of someone archiving a historical event in real time. The dissenters, she said. 12 of them. I have their names. I know their names, Harry said. She looked at him. Of course you do. She thought for a moment, quill hovering. Some of them are connected to old families with Death Eater sympathies. The Knott family. Avery. McNair. Yes, Harry said. They're going to be problems. They already are, Harry said. But problems are better visible than invisible. He looked at the chamber around them, the old wood, the floating lights, the centuries of law that had been built on a foundation that had just been acknowledged. They've been operating in a world that pretended the compact wasn't there. That's harder to do now. A ministry official appeared at his elbow, young and slightly breathless, with the specific energy of someone who had been sent with instructions they weren't fully sure about. Mr. Potter, the minister would like to, I'll write to him, Harry said pleasantly. The official opened his mouth. Closed it. Yes, sir, he said, and retreated. Hermione made a small sound that was very controlled but was fundamentally a laugh. Outside the chamber, in the stone corridor on level 10, Dumbledore fell into step beside him. They walked together in the direction of the lifts. The footsteps of the others behind them gave them the small privacy of a few feet. The dissenters, Dumbledore said. I noticed them, Harry said. Some of them will move against you directly, Dumbledore said. Not immediately. They'll be cautious. They'll watch how this is received, how the public responds, whether the compact's acknowledgement has practical consequences. It will, Harry said. Verdani has been reading every piece of current law against the compact's terms. There are several places where current law is technically in violation of the original charter. Not deliberately, the compact was considered myth, so the violations were accidental. He paused. When those need addressing, I'll address them. Gradually and legally and in a way that doesn't dismantle what works. Dumbledore was quiet for several steps. You've been very busy for 11 years old, he said. 12 in July, Harry said. Forgive me. Dumbledore's tone was dry and warm at once. 12 in July. He paused. Harry. I need to say something to you directly. Harry waited. I had plans, Dumbledore said. For you. For how your life at Hogwarts would go, for what role you would play in what's coming, for how you would be prepared for the confrontation with Voldemort. He said it steadily, no flinching. Those plans were made by a man who thought he understood the board. He thought he was the one who could see the full picture. And now? Harry said. Now I believe the board has considerably more pieces than I accounted for, Dumbledore said. There was something in his voice, not defeat, nothing so weak as that, but the specific rare dignity of a very great person acknowledging a limit honestly. I would rather be a useful advisor than an obsolete planner. If you're willing. Harry considered this. He thought about his mother's letter. Whatever he tries to tell you about what you should do with them, understand that his vision, however good, is still only one man's vision. He thought about Dumbledore across the dining table with the chess grandmaster expression, and Dumbledore at the side of the Wizengamot chamber with the look of someone watching something happen that surprised him. He thought, a man who can acknowledge a limit honestly is worth 10 who can't. I'm willing, he said. They reached the lifts. The doors opened with a cheerful ping that was entirely at odds with the wait of the last 2 hours, and Harry stepped in, and the ministry, enormous, institutional, the accumulated law of centuries, hummed around him. The dissenters in that chamber were already writing letters. He could feel it, Lucens tracking the threads, the shifting of pieces on the board he'd been handed. He could feel the wound in the network that was Voldemort's unfinished business, the echo of catastrophe, the dark thing with its own designs on a world it wanted to break. He could feel the castle waiting for him, the stone and the portraits and the deep geological patience of something that had known he was coming. He looked at his hands. 12 rings. 12 domains. The law behind the law. Neville stood next to him in the lift with Trevor in his pocket and the composed look of someone who had walked through their family's history today and found it smaller than he'd expected. Hermione was already reviewing her notes, making connections, preparing the analysis she'd have ready by morning. The lift went up, and the ministry moved below them, and the world, very slowly, very certainly, was changing shape. Chapter 6, The Ones Who Come for Him. The first one came on a Thursday night in November. Harry felt it before it crossed the wards, a pressure at the edge of his awareness, Aetherian and Lucens both flickering awake in the way they did when something significant entered the ring's sensing radius. He'd been in the common room with Neville and the twins, and Fred had been showing Neville a self-inking quill that wrote in the wrong language when you weren't paying attention, and Neville had been laughing about it with the easy warmth of someone who had recently discovered he was allowed to laugh easily, and Harry had gone still with his book on his lap and turned his attention outward. Something had come through the Hogwarts boundary wards. Not a student. Not staff. Not an owl or a stray animal with natural business on the grounds. Something that had come deliberately, quietly, with the specific quality of something that had worked very hard to be undetected and was not, in fact, undetected at all. I need to check something, Harry said. Neville looked at him. In 2 months he'd developed a very specific read on Harry's tone, the difference between the ordinary version and the version that meant something was actually happening. I'm coming, he said immediately. Me too, said Fred, and George, who hadn't been included, stood up anyway. Stay here, Harry said, to the twins. They opened their mouths. I need someone who knows the castle's passages to be here in case I need to route someone quickly. That's you. The twins closed their mouths, processed being given a genuine job rather than an exclusion, and settled back with the expressions of people taking the assignment seriously. Harry and Neville went out. The castle at night was a different place, the torches lower, the portraits drowsy, the stone corridors holding the specific quality of old buildings in the dark, full of settled sounds. Harry moved quickly without moving loudly, Neville matching his pace with the growing confidence of someone whose legs had decided they knew how to do this. Harry was following the pressure in Etherean, directional and specific, grounds level, moving toward the castle from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. They reached a side door, one of the smaller ones that opened onto the west grounds, and Harry pushed it open and stood in the doorway with the cold November air coming in and looked out. The figure was 60 yards away. Moving across the dark grass with the careful deliberation of someone who had studied the patrol routes, there were no patrol routes, Hogwarts didn't operate that way, but whoever had sent this person believed there would be and had planned around it. The figure was adult, robed in dark clothing that blended with the night, and moving toward the castle with a specific vector that put its destination at the third-floor corridor. Not here for Harry, then. Here for the stone. He stepped outside. Neville came with him, and Harry appreciated that Neville didn't ask if he was sure, didn't offer the option of going back. He'd simply calibrated to Harry's certainty and matched it. The figure stopped moving. It had felt something. Good instincts, Harry thought. It had detected the door opening or the shift in the wards or some other subtle indicator. It turned. In the moonlight Harry could see a face, adult, male, unfamiliar, with the specific look of someone trained for this kind of work and currently computing that the work had gotten complicated. Harry stood in the pool of light from the open doorway and looked at the man. He didn't move toward him. He didn't reach for his wand. He just looked, with Lucens and Dressa both reading the situation, mapping the magical signature, taking the measure of this person's preparation, their purpose, the organization behind them. Not a Death Eater. The emotional texture was wrong for that, too disciplined, too clean. This was something else, someone hired, someone professional, someone sent by one of the groups that had existed in the magical world's shadows since before Voldemort, the kind of organization that predated the Dark Lord and would outlast him and operated on the philosophy that powerful objects shouldn't belong to anyone at all. They'd come for the stone. They'd gotten Harry instead. The man made his decision quickly. Good instincts meant knowing when a situation had moved past its original parameters. He raised his wand and fired. 3 spells, fast and practiced, sequential, a stunner, a binding hex, a blasting curse on the doorway behind Harry to cut off retreat. Harry watched them come. He had Etherean and Veyrath both fully present, which meant he felt the spells arrive with the quality of things moving through water rather than air, slow, readable, their trajectories as clear as lines drawn on a map. He stepped once to the left, which took him cleanly out of the path of all 3, and the spells hit the wall beside the door and the dark grass and the stone of the doorframe without connecting with anything living. He hadn't drawn his wand. The man fired again, 3 more, faster this time, adjusting the angle. Harry moved twice, fluid and unhurried, the way he moved through everything, with the efficiency of someone who knows exactly where their body needs to be and doesn't waste motion getting there. The spells missed. The man stopped firing. In the silence Harry could feel the recalculation happening across 60 yards of dark grass, the professional reassessment of someone whose tool wasn't working and was working out why. He'd expected a boy. He'd gotten something that moved like it could see the future. "I'm not going to chase you," Harry said. His voice carried cleanly in the still air. "And I'm not going to hurt you. But I need you to understand something before you leave." The man was very still. "Whatever you were sent here for," Harry said, "it isn't here for taking. Not by you, not by whoever sent you, not by anyone working through the old networks." He paused. "The stone isn't mine to guard, I have no specific interest in it. But this school is mine to protect. Everyone in it." He extended his right hand, palm out, and let Etherean speak. A single pulse of force, not violent, not a stunner, not a weapon. A statement. It moved across the 60 yards of grass like a wave, visible as a slight distortion in the air, and when it reached the man it stopped there, pressing against him with the weight of something that was communicating a precise message: I can reach you from here. I am choosing not to. The man looked at Harry's outstretched hand. He looked at the rings. He was too far away for Harry to read his expression in detail, but Dressa caught the emotional signature, the shift from professional calculation to something more fundamental. Something that recognized what it was looking at. Tell whoever sent you, Harry said, that the Sovereign Compact is active. The bond is acknowledged. The Ministry has it on record. He lowered his hand. If they want a conversation about the object in this school and why it shouldn't be here, they can write to me. Through proper channels. A long pause. Then the man turned and walked back toward the forest, and the darkness took him, and Harry stood on the cold grass for another moment listening to the castle settle. Neville let out a breath that he'd been holding so carefully it had gone beyond breath-holding into something more architectural. Right, he said. Right. Okay. He looked at Harry. You moved before the spells left his wand. After, Harry said. Just quickly. That's not, you moved before he finished the wand motion. I was watching. Harry considered arguing the point and decided it wasn't worth it. Veyrath shows me trajectories, he said. It's not seeing the future, exactly. It's more like, seeing the future, Neville said flatly. More like excellent geometry, Harry said, and went back inside. The next morning he wrote 2 letters. The first to the organization he'd identified through Lussen's assessment. It had taken an hour of careful cross-referencing against the vault's archive, but the magical signature and methodology pointed clearly to a group called the Conclave of the Unbound, one of the oldest non-ministry magical organizations in Europe, dedicated to the principle that objects of mass-destructive potential should be held by no individual or institution. They'd existed for 400 years and had a genuinely coherent philosophy that Harry found himself respecting even as he was blocking their current operation. He wrote to their known correspondence address, which the vault's archive contained. The letter was short. The Conclave's position on the stone is noted and not without logic. Your operative departed unharmed. The stone is not in my custody and is not my concern. The individual you should be writing to is Dumbledore, whose custody it is in. I would suggest, however, that the current location is temporary and that your energy might be better directed at the problem of why it needed moving from Gringotts in the first place. That problem is called Voldemort, and it is not the kind of problem that organizational philosophies resolve. When you're ready to talk about that instead, I'm available. He signed it, sealed it, and sent it with Meridian, who carried the weight of the correspondence with dignified purpose. The second letter was to Dumbledore, brief and informational. Someone came for the stone last night. Not Death Eaters, the Conclave. They've left. I've written to them. You may want to move the stone's timeline up, or at least prepare for Quirrell's attempt to come before the end of term. He got a reply from Dumbledore by lunch. It said, "Thank you. I have begun certain preparations. The lemon drops in my office are, I understand, your favorite. This may be incorrect. The offer stands regardless." Harry showed this to Hermione, who read it and said, "Lemon drops aren't your favorite anything." "I know," Harry said. "He's trying to be charming." "He's succeeding slightly," Harry admitted. The weeks between the Conclave operative and the next event were productive in the ordinary Hogwarts sense, classes building on themselves, the specific satisfying accumulation of a curriculum that was actually designed well when followed in sequence. His transfiguration work had graduated past what the first-year curriculum covered, and McGonagall had begun leaving him additional texts without comment, the academic equivalent of leaving a door open. Flitwick had started asking him questions in class that weren't aimed at first-year content, genuine questions, the kind that expected genuine answers, using Harry the way good teachers use exceptional students, as a thinking partner rather than a showcase. Snape remained Snape, which meant consistent, demanding, and occasionally almost interesting in the glimpses of what lived under the performance. Harry had started doing something in potions that he hadn't done elsewhere, working at full capacity. Not showily, not dramatically, but completely. Snape's dungeon was the one place where half-effort felt like disrespect, and Harry wasn't prepared to disrespect something Snape and his mother had both loved. The results were noticeable. His potions were consistently beyond any WT standard, the products of Farron's alchemy sense combined with Calitha's biological understanding combined with what was now, after 3 years of reading, a genuine theoretical foundation. Snape would examine his cauldron at the end of class with the same expressionless efficiency he brought to all his marking and give exactly one comment, always precise, always about the one thing Harry had done that most interested or challenged the professor's own understanding. It was the closest thing to a compliment available in Snape's repertoire. Harry collected them with the same quiet satisfaction he collected everything worth knowing. December arrived with cold that had teeth in it, the Scottish hills going white outside the windows, the castle pulling inward with the comfortable contraction of a building that knew how to do winter. Most of the students were staying for Christmas, the Weasley family were visiting, Hermione was going home to her parents, Neville was staying, Luna Lovegood, who Harry had been getting to know in the specific way of people who find each other's company interesting without entirely understanding why, was staying. Luna Lovegood was a third-year Ravenclaw who had appeared in Harry's orbit in October, orbiting first at a distance and then closer, pulled in by the rings the way the castle had been pulled, not by power but by recognition. She had seen Nargles in the mistletoe and Raxburts in the library, and she also had, underneath the dreamy delivery and the radish earrings, a mind that operated on a completely different frequency from everyone else Harry knew. She saw sideways, the way Veyrath moved sideways, the way Dressa showed you what was under the surface rather than the surface. He'd had 3 conversations with her that had rearranged his understanding of something he'd thought he understood. She found him in the library on the first Saturday of December, which was where she found him most Saturdays, and sat across from him and looked at his rings with the direct, unencumbered attention she brought to things she found interesting. "The Mort his ring is different today," she said. He looked at his left index finger, the dark metal, the light-absorbing stone. "How different?" "It's pointing somewhere," she said. "Like a compass." "It was pointing that way last week too." She tilted her head. "Something's changing." Harry looked at the ring. He'd felt it too, an increasing attention from the death domain, a slow turning. Mort is dealt in endings and completions, in the cycle of things, the movement from one state to the next. Something was completing. "Quirrell," he said. Luna nodded with the equanimity of someone who finds confirmation of a suspicion less interesting than the suspicion itself. "He smells wrong," she said. "He does," Harry agreed. "Not him exactly. Something wearing him." She looked at Harry directly, which she always did, no performing, no social buffer. "You're going to have to do something about it, aren't you?" "Before the end of term," he said. "I thought so." She opened her book. "I'll be here if you need someone who can see what other people miss." He looked at her for a moment. Luna Lovegood with her radish earrings and her copy of the Quibbler held upside down as always, and her eyes that were, underneath the dreamy exterior, as sharp as anything he'd encountered. He thought, this is someone worth knowing for a very long time. "Thank you," he said. She smiled without looking up from her book, the smile of someone who knows exactly how they're being seen and is completely fine with it. The second attempt came 8 days before the Christmas holidays. This one was different from the conclave operative in every measurable way. It arrived in the afternoon, bold, which was its own kind of information. It didn't come from the forest. It came from inside the school, from a specific point on the 3rd floor, where someone was attempting to pass through enchantments that had no business being passed through. Harry was in charms when he felt it. He stood up. Flitwick looked at him from the front of the room. He'd learned Harry's register by now, the difference between ordinary Harry and the Harry that had suddenly become focused on something outside the room. He set down his wand. "Mr. Potter." "Something's happening on the 3rd floor," Harry said. "Not an excuse or an apology. Just information." Flitwick's small face ran through several expressions quickly. He looked at the class. "Continue practicing the summoning variation," he said, and looked back at Harry. "Do you need—" "No," Harry said. He was already at the door. "I'll report to Dumbledore directly." He moved through the castle quickly, Neville appearing from nowhere. He had a class right now, a herbology double period, and had clearly felt the shift the same way he'd started feeling all of Harry's shifts. Some sympathetic attunement developed over 3 months, and fell into step without asking. "Third floor," Neville said. "Quirrell," Harry said. The corridor was empty when they reached it. The door at the end, the heavy one with the multiple enchantments, stood open. Not forced open, not blasted. Open from this side, which meant someone had worked through the protections from within the school. Either they'd been planning this a long time and had prepared, or they'd had help, or, the growling from inside was enormous. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, Hagrid had mentioned the name with the deep affection of someone who named very large things and expected everyone else to respect the choice, was pressed back against the far wall of the room, all 3 heads working through an emotional state that combined confusion and fury in roughly equal measure. In the center of the floor, the trapdoor was open, and beside it stood Quirrell. He looked different. The stammer was gone, that was the first thing, the nervous performance dropped entirely, and what was underneath it was a man who moved with a precision that had never belonged to the anxious professor in the classroom. His wand was up and he was maintaining an enchantment that Harry recognized as a modified sleeping charm. One of Fluffy's heads half drooped. The music. Harry had read about this. The harp in the corner was still playing, the thing that kept the dog docile, and Quirrell had already used it and was now moving toward the trapdoor with the focused efficiency of someone on a schedule. He stopped when he saw Harry. The silence had a quality. Mortis was pressing forward, insistent, that compass needle quality pointing directly at Quirrell, not at the man himself but at what was wearing the man. Harry let Dressa open just slightly, reading the room, and what he found in Quirrell wasn't the layered complexity of an individual human consciousness. There were 2 things in that body. One frightened, one ancient. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said, and the voice had changed. That particular change, the voice coming from slightly the wrong place, the wrong resonance. Not Quirrell speaking. The thing inside Quirrell using Quirrell's vocal apparatus. "I wondered when you'd come. Didn't want to rush you," Harry said. Neville had stopped at the doorway. Harry felt him take the room in, Fluffy, Quirrell, the open trapdoor, the quality of Harry's attention, and make a decision that was becoming characteristic of him. He didn't retreat and he didn't pretend he wasn't afraid. He stood in the doorway and was afraid and stayed there anyway. "The rings," the voice said, and it was unmistakably Voldemort's remnant, the fragment that had latched onto Quirrell like a parasite, carrying itself in borrowed flesh. "I knew they'd been found. The moment the vault opened, I felt it." Something moved in Quirrell's face that was its own kind of wrong. "You're a child. You're a parasite," Harry said. "We're both working with what we have." Something in Quirrell's bearing shifted, the thing inside reacting to being named accurately and not appreciating it. "The stone," it said. "Step aside. I have no quarrel with the Sovereign Seal. The Sovereign Seal is ancient law, it predates everything. I respect. You don't respect anything," Harry said, with the same even pleasantness he'd used across the Ministry's Wisengamot chamber. "That's not a judgment, it's just accurate. The bond shows me what things are. You're not someone with a philosophy about power. You're a wound in the magical world's fabric that hasn't healed properly. You're not even Voldemort anymore, really, you're the part of him that survived by refusing to finish dying, which means you're the worst part. All the ambition, none of the capacity." The room's atmosphere changed. Quirrell's body went very still, that deep stillness of something deciding whether to negotiate or to strike. Harry felt Aetherian come fully online, felt the other rings respond, the full chord building in his hands, his blood, the deep structural architecture of him. "That object isn't here for you," Harry said. The stone is Flamel's work and Dumbledore's custody, and neither of those are yours to override. And this school is mine to protect. He looked at Quirrell steadily. Come out of him. What? The voice, surprised for the first time. Quirrell, Harry said, and addressed the terrified consciousness underneath the parasitic one, the man who had made bad choices and was currently paying for them at a fundamental level. I can feel you in there. You haven't completely gone. You made a mistake, a serious one, but you're still a person and you don't have to. The thing inside surged. Harry felt it, Mortis felt it, the death domain reading the attempt at a lethal curse with the same clarity a physician reads a cardiac event, and he moved. Not away. Forward. He closed the distance between himself and Quirrell in 2 steps and put his right hand, all 12 rings, against Quirrell's chest. What happened next lasted approximately 4 seconds and felt like considerably longer. Mortis and Sylvain ran simultaneously, the combination Harry had been working with in theory since October, the intersection of the death domain and the healing domain that the Vault's archive had described as the most demanding application of the bond, the ability to separate entangled things. Living from dying. Present from past. The soul that belonged in this body from the soul that had forced its way in and was slowly destroying both. He felt Voldemort's remnant fight it. It was strong in the way of things that have survived by being unkillable, that have the specific tenacity of something that has refused to end for so long that refusal has become its primary characteristic. It pushed back against Mortis with everything it had, trying to corrupt the healing, trying to turn the separation into something destructive. Harry held steady. He held the way the rings held, structurally, load-bearingly, not by force but by being exactly what he was all the way down to the bottom of himself. The 12 domains ran at full cord and the light in the room went gold and the warmth in his chest became something that pressed outward against the wrongness like water filling every crack in stone. The remnant came loose. It was, he would think about how to describe it later, and settle on, the sound a knot makes when it finally releases. Something that had been wound around Quirrell's consciousness unwound, and for a moment it was present in the room as a distinct thing, a dark formlessness, a shape without substance, the specific quality of a wound with no body to belong to. It looked at Harry. He looked back. Not today, he said, quietly, to the remnant. Not cruelty. Not triumph. The tone you use when you're acknowledging something real. Not today, and not the way you've been going. When you come at this world again, come whole or don't come at all. Half of you is just a wound. The remnant dissipated. Not destroyed, he could feel that, Mortis reading its departure clearly. It scattered the way smoke scatters when a window opens, dispersed into the ambient magical field, the fragment too small now to cohere without a host. Somewhere in Britain a shiver ran through the weak and the desperate and the committed, and none of them knew why. Quirrell crumpled. Harry caught him, physically caught him, which was more difficult than anticipated. The man was heavier than he looked, and lowered him to the floor and put his hand back against his chest and ran Sylvain's full diagnostic. The picture wasn't good. Months of cohabitation with Voldemort's remnant had done structural damage to Quirrell's magical and physical systems, the kind of damage that came from sustained occupation by something that treated its host as a resource rather than a person. He could fix some of it. He fixed what he could, there on the floor of the 3rd floor room with Fluffy watching from the corner with its 3 heads arranged in the specific pattern of very large things that have decided to be patient. He stood up. Neville was still in the doorway, and his face held the expression it would hold in Harry's memory for a very long time, the exact expression of someone watching something that confirmed everything they'd quietly, carefully decided to believe. Is he? Neville started. Alive, Harry said. He needs care. Go get Dumbledore. I already sent a message, Neville said. He held up his own wand. Patronus. I've been working on it. Gran taught me. Harry looked at him. An 11-year-old who could produce a Patronus. Neville. It was a bit faint, Neville said, in the tone of someone managing expectations. It worked, Harry said. That's not faint. That's good. Neville's expression did its 30% thing. Dumbledore arrived in 4 minutes, which suggested he'd been closer than his office. He came through the door and saw Quirrell on the floor and the trapdoor open and Harry standing in the middle of it all, and he looked at the room with the eyes of a man reading what had happened in reverse. "The remnant," he said. "Dispersed," Harry said. "Quirrell is alive. He needs a healer." Dumbledore moved to Quirrell with quiet, practiced care. He examined him, his expression controlled but with something working underneath it, something that Harry thought was grief, the particular grief of someone who had watched this happen from a distance and had not been able to prevent it. "I should have caught this sooner," Dumbledore said quietly. To himself as much as to Harry. "You were watching him," Harry said. "You had defenses on the stone. You were prepared." "I was prepared for a more direct assault," Dumbledore said. "I wasn't," he stopped. "Nobody was prepared for the Sovereign Seal to be in the hands of a first year," Harry said. That changed what was possible. Dumbledore looked at him with those very blue, very old eyes. "Yes," he said, and it was a full, uncomplicated acknowledgement. "It did." He levitated Quirrell carefully, the gentleness of the motion saying something about the nature of the man doing it. Harry watched and thought about what it cost to carry the weight of knowing you'd missed something, knowing someone had suffered in the gap of your planning. He thought, that's not weakness. That's the difference between someone who leads because they love the world and someone who leads because they love leading. He filed it. Useful data. They walked back through the castle, Dumbledore levitating Quirrell, Neville beside Harry, the corridors quiet in the late afternoon. Students who saw them from a distance performed the instinctive curiosity management of school children confronting something that looked serious, giving them room. Outside the hospital wing, Dumbledore paused. He looked at Harry and Neville, both of them, with the direct attention of someone making an honest assessment. "I will be moving the stone," he said. "Tonight." "Good," Harry said. "I should have, you're moving it now," Harry said. "That's what matters." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, "The remnant's dispersal." "Is it, gone for now?" Harry said. "Not gone forever. It'll find a way to cohere again. It has a quality of persistence that's almost impressive." He paused. "When it comes back it'll come back stronger. That's the pattern." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "It is." "When that happens," Harry said, "I need you to tell me everything. Not manage it, not position me for a specific outcome. Everything." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The chess grandmaster expression had been gone since the Wisengamot chamber. What was in its place was something more direct, more personal, and considerably harder to wear. "Agreed," he said. He went through the hospital wing door. Harry and Neville stood in the corridor. Neville let out another carefully architectural breath. "My gran," he said, after a moment, "is going to ask me what I did at school this term." "What are you going to say?" Harry asked. Neville thought about it. "I'm going to say the herbology was excellent," he said. "And then I'm going to let her read the prophet." Harry almost laughed. The sound surprised him. It came out before he'd decided to make it, clean and genuine, the particular laugh of someone who doesn't laugh easily but when they do it's the real thing. Neville looked at him with surprised pleasure, the pleasure of someone who has managed to be funny to a person who doesn't perform amusement. "Come on," Harry said. "Dinner." They walked through the castle. It was warm around them, the stone doing its deep geological work, the portraits watching them pass with expressions of recognition and something warmer. Harry walked and felt the rings settle into their evening frequency, the low harmonic, the 12-chord hum, the structural heartbeat of the bond. The remnant was gone. The stone would be moved. Quirrell was in the hospital wing. And somewhere in the scattered magical field of Britain, the worst part of what had once been Lord Voldemort was drifting, formless and furious, looking for something to cohere around, finding nothing it could use, aware, for the first time in its existence, of the shape of what it was up against. Harry thought, good. Let it think about that. He thought about what it had felt like to hold Mortis and Solvain together in that room, the intersection of death and healing, the way the rings had run at the full chord and the warm light had pressed into every crack of the wrongness in Quirrell and found the separation point. He thought about Neville in the doorway. Afraid and staying. Sending a Patronus at 11 years old. He thought about Luna, in the library that morning, who had said the ring was pointing somewhere and had known what it meant before he'd confirmed it. He thought about Hermione, who would read the account of this evening in his face the moment she saw him at dinner and would ask exactly one question before letting him eat his meal in peace. He thought about the wound in the network, the unfinished catastrophe called Voldemort, coming back together somewhere in the dark. When it came whole, when it came as itself rather than a fragment, a remnant, a parasite, it would come at a world where the sovereign bond was acknowledged and active and in the hands of someone who had spent 3 years learning to hold it. The fire in the Gryffindor common room was going when they got back, and Hermione was there, and she looked at them once and asked, "Are you both all right?" "Yes," Harry said. She looked at his face, reading it with the precision she brought to all information. Then she nodded once and went back to her book, and said, without looking up, "Sit down. I'll get us tea." Harry sat down. The castle settled around him. The rings hummed. Outside, it began to snow. Chapter 7, What Voldemort Fears. The snow stayed through Christmas and into January, blanketing the grounds in the particular silence that heavy snow creates, as though the world had decided to think quietly for a while. Harry spent the holiday weeks in the castle with Neville and Luna and the twins, who stayed because their mother had written that the Burrows boiler had gone spectacularly wrong and the house was, in Fred's words, aggressively cold in every room including the ones that are supposed to be warm. It was the best Christmas Harry had ever had, which wasn't a high bar but was genuine regardless. They ate enormous meals in the near-empty Great Hall, where the enchanted ceiling ran its best winter sky, clear and huge and packed with stars that Harry could name individually now, Lusans having mapped them all the way astronomers map them but with the additional dimension of what they meant in the old magical navigation tradition, each star a direction and a meaning and a memory of someone who had traveled by them. He told Luna the names one evening after dinner, both of them sitting on the window seat in the Ravenclaw common room where she'd brought him because she said it had the best angle, and she listened with her head tilted and her eyes on the glass and added things he didn't know, not astronomical things but the Lovegood family's own cosmological theories, which were frequently wrong about the science and frequently right about something else entirely, some quality of the thing that the science didn't measure. Neville owed his grandmother on Christmas morning and received in return a howler that opened before he could close the window, but instead of shouting, it contained Augusta Longbottom's voice at full intensity delivering what could only be described as fierce maternal pride. She had read the Daily Prophet's coverage of the Wiesingdomot session. The Prophet had reported it in 2 parts, the first confused and cautious, the second substantially less cautious once the sources had confirmed what had happened. Augusta had apparently written to every member of the Wiesingdomot she was personally acquainted with, which was a significant number of them, and extracted detailed accounts. She says, Neville relayed, after the howler finished, that she always knew the bond was real, that the family has records going back 4 centuries that reference the compact, and that she is extraordinarily pleased that I have positioned myself correctly. He folded the howler's remains. She also says my father would be proud. Harry looked at him. Neville was looking at the folded parchment with an expression that was doing several things simultaneously: pride, grief, the specific warmth of someone who has been given a permission they didn't know they needed. She's right, Harry said. About your father. Neville looked up. You didn't know my father. No, Harry said. But I know you. That tells me enough. The twins spent Christmas building something in the 7th floor corridor that they refused to explain and that occasionally produced sounds like a small indoor thunderstorm. Harry passed it 3 times and felt Ethereum give a curious little hum each time, which meant it was genuinely magical rather than purely mechanical, which meant Fred and George Weasley had actual power behind the performance and were simply choosing to apply it to chaos. He found this admirable. On the 28th, a letter arrived from the Conclave of the Unbound. It was longer than he'd expected and considerably more interesting, 4 pages of dense, precise writing from someone who signed themselves only as the archivist and who had, clearly, done their homework. They acknowledged the sovereign bond with a directness Harry appreciated. They noted that their operative had returned with a full account of what he'd encountered. They expressed, and this was the part that surprised him most, genuine curiosity rather than hostility. "We have spent 4 centuries," the letter read, "operating on the principle that concentrated magical power is inherently destabilizing. We have never encountered a case that challenged this principle because no individual has ever held sufficient power to constitute a true test. You constitute a true test. We are watching with considerable interest." He wrote back the same day, "Good. Watching is intelligent. When you're ready to contribute, I'm interested in your archive. 400 years of tracking dangerous magical objects is exactly the kind of institutional knowledge that shouldn't sit outside the conversation." The response came back in 2 days, "You'll hear from us in the spring." He filed it. Another thread in the web. Term resumed in January, and with it the specific energetic quality of a school returning to its full population after weeks of empty corridors. Harry noticed the change in the castle's attention, the way it managed larger numbers, distributing its awareness across more inhabitants with the practiced ease of something very old and very used to being full of people. He'd gotten to know the castle well enough over the Christmas holiday that full term felt different now, more textured, more inhabited. He also noticed what the returning students noticed about him. The prophet coverage had reached Hogwarts over the holidays through every family that read the paper, which was most of them. The students who returned in January came back having had 2 weeks of dinner-table conversations about the sovereign bond, about the Wisengamot session, about the 11-year-old who had walked into the ministry in his school robes and invoked 900-year-old law. The coverage had been detailed enough and the implications clear enough that the response at Hogwarts was complicated, in the specific way of any community confronting information that rearranges its hierarchy. Most of Gryffindor had known something was different about Harry since September, had calibrated to it over months, and received the news with the equanimity of people confirming something they'd already been living next to. The twins met him at breakfast on the first day back with the expression of people who have very thoroughly enjoyed reading something and said only, "We were here first," which was both true and beside the point. Ravenclaw responded with academic enthusiasm. A delegation of older students who wanted to discuss the theoretical implications of the compact arrived at the library on the second day and had a 2-hour conversation with Harry and Hermione that was genuinely productive for everyone involved. Hufflepuff received it with the specific thoughtful consideration of people who weighed things carefully before having opinions, and then, once the opinion was formed, held it with characteristic steadiness. A 5th-year Hufflepuff named Cedric Diggory, who Harry had seen mostly in passing but who carried himself with a quality of natural ease and decency that Caliph tended to respond to warmly, stopped him in the corridor on the 3rd day back and said, simply, "I think it matters that you went to them instead of waiting for them to come to you." Harry had said he thought so too, and Cedric had nodded with the expression of someone who had arrived at the same conclusion by a different route and was comfortable with the convergence. Slytherin was more complex. The students whose families had been among the Wisengamot dissenters were performing a careful management of their public response, saying little, keeping their faces arranged, watching. There were others who had come back from Christmas with the expressions of people who had read the prophet over family dinners where the adults had said the wrong things and had been sitting quietly with the discomfort of that since. Harry noticed all of it and left it alone. People needed time to arrive at their own conclusions. Pushing only made the journey longer. Draco was the most interesting data point. He'd come back from Christmas with something different in his bearing, not the recalibration Harry had been watching since September, something that had moved past recalibration into something more decided. He didn't approach Harry directly, but in classes and corridors and the incidental geography of shared spaces, he'd stopped performing the contempt. Not replaced it with warmth, they weren't there, and Harry wasn't sure they'd ever be there in any conventional sense, but the performance had simply stopped, the way a bad habit stops when the conditions that sustained it change. What was left was more honest. Quieter. A face doing its own thinking. Harry thought, whatever happened at Malfoy Manor over Christmas, something shifted. He left it alone and let Draco find his own way to wherever he was going. February, and the castle turned its interior attention to the coming months with the specific seasonal awareness of a place that had been marking the same progression for 1,000 years. The 3 events that defined the month arrived in sequence, each one a different shape from the last. The first was a meeting with Dumbledore. Harry had been to the headmaster's office twice before, once in October for what Dumbledore had called a check-in and what had been a careful, mutually exploratory conversation that Harry had found useful. Once in November for a formal debrief after the Wisengamot session. This meeting Dumbledore had requested with a note that said, simply, "There are things I promised to tell you. I'm ready to tell them." The office was warm and full of the soft sounds of the instruments, Fawkes asleep on his perch with the deep contentment of a phoenix who had decided this particular evening was excellent for sleeping. Harry sat across from Dumbledore and accepted the tea and looked at the man. Dumbledore had the expression of someone who had rehearsed what they needed to say and was now doing the harder work of saying it genuinely rather than from the rehearsal. "The night your parents died," he began, "was not random. There was a prophecy." He held Harry's gaze. "Made before your birth. It described a child born at the end of July, to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort, who would have power he did not know." He paused. "I knew about this prophecy. I knew it referred to you, or to Neville, the other child who qualified. I kept it from you." Harry considered this. "Why?" "Because knowledge of prophecies shapes the behavior of those who hold them," Dumbledore said. "I believed, and I was not entirely wrong, but I was not entirely right either, that you would grow more freely without knowing you were growing towards something specific. And now you're telling me. Because you walked into the ministry at 11 years old and invoked the Founder's Compact," Dumbledore said, with something close to dry humor. "The patronizing protection of ignorance seems inappropriate to continue." Harry sat with the prophecy for a moment. Power the Dark Lord did not know. He thought about the vault, about the rings, about the 3 years of quiet work before he'd ever set foot in Hogwarts. The prophecy had been right in ways Voldemort hadn't anticipated, because what it hadn't specified was which power. Not the obvious magic. Not the Scar connection. Something else entirely, waiting underground in his parents' ruined house. "There's more," Dumbledore said. Harry waited. "The Scar," Dumbledore said. "What it is. I have suspicions. Based on what I've observed and what I know of Voldemort's methods." He was choosing his words with the specific care of someone moving through unstable terrain. "When Voldemort's curse failed that night, something anchored. I believe the act of trying to kill you, combined with your mother's sacrifice, a magic of the deepest kind, protection born of willing self-sacrifice, I believe a fragment of Voldemort's soul was embedded in you." The office was very quiet. Harry felt Mort has run a slow, precise assessment that he'd already run, actually, in the early weeks after the vault, when Solvain had first shown him the full picture of his physical and magical state. He'd found the Scar's true nature then and filed it and been thinking about it for 3 years with the patient, thorough attention he brought to everything that needed careful handling. "I know," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "You, Solvain and Mortis together," Harry said. "Full diagnostic. First week after the vault." He paused. "It's a Horcrux." The word landed in the room with its full weight. Dumbledore's expression moved through several stages. "You know what a Horcrux is." "The vault's archive is comprehensive," Harry said. "Voldemort made several. The Scar is one. There are others." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "I know about the diary and the ring and the locket and the cup and the diadem. I know they need to be destroyed before he can be killed permanently. I know the snake is probably the last one." He paused. "I've been working on the Scar." The silence was the longest Dumbledore had produced in their months of acquaintance. "Working on it," he said finally. "Mortis and Solvain can separate entangled things," Harry said. "I proved that with Quirrell. The soul fragment in the Scar is different, It's been there for 10 years and it's integrated more deeply than Quirrell's situation. I've been making incremental progress. It's not finished. Harry. Dumbledore's voice had something in it, a specific quality that wasn't authority or strategy. Something more fundamental. You've been carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul and working on extracting it yourself, at 11 years old, 4 months. 12 years old, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he did something Harry hadn't seen from him. He put both hands over his face briefly, a gesture that was entirely human and not performed, and said clearly that the chess grandmaster had, for a moment, simply been a man. He lowered his hands. "We will work on this together," he said. "Everything I know about Horcruxes, my research, my resources, my access to the restricted archive, yours. Whatever I've found about the others, yours." He paused. "Tell me what you need." "The locket," Harry said. "It's at number 12 Grimmauld Place. That's where I'd start." Dumbledore wrote it down. They spent 2 more hours going through what Harry knew and what Dumbledore knew, the conversation moving with the quality of a genuine collaboration between 2 people who both had significant information and were combining it rather than competing over it. Harry thought, this is what he could have been all along, if the plans and the chess board had been set aside. This is actually useful. When he left the office it was late and the castle was dark and quiet and the stars through the corridor windows were brilliant in the cold clear sky. The second event was the arrival of Augusta Longbottom. She came on a Saturday in mid-February, announced by an owl to Dumbledore and a separate owl directly to Neville that said, "I will be visiting the school to speak with Dumbledore and to meet Mr. Potter. Please be presentable." Neville had spent the morning being visibly nervous in a way that was completely at odds with the person Harry knew he'd been becoming, which said something about the specific power of grandmothers. She arrived in Dumbledore's office and Harry was invited to attend the meeting, which he'd expected. Augusta Longbottom was a tall woman with a formidable hat and the bearing of someone who had decided decades ago what she was made of and had been correct about the assessment. She looked at Harry the way very few people looked at him, not with the standard calibration of someone processing the rings and the reputation and the mythology, but with the direct appraisal of someone measuring character. "You've been good for my grandson," she said, without preamble. "He's been good to have around," Harry said, which was true and which she received with a slight nod of someone accepting an accurate statement. "The bond," she said. "My family has records." She opened the case she'd brought, old leather, well kept, and produced documents that were clearly original, the parchment aged to a deep cream, the ink faded but legible. "These go back to the founding period. My family served one of the 12 originally." She set them on the desk. "They're yours, by rights." Harry looked at the documents. Felt Verdani read the legal character of the gift, genuine transfer, no conditions. "Thank you," he said, and meant it fully. "Neville's father," Augusta said, and her voice changed quality in the way it changed for everyone when they approached something they carried heavily. "Frank. He and Alice, what was done to them by the Lestranges. I want you to know, I'm not asking for anything. I'm not." She stopped. Composed herself with the specific discipline of someone who has had decades of practice composing herself. "I want you to know that when the time comes to address those people, my family will stand behind whatever action you take." Harry looked at her. At the fierce, contained grief in her face, the love that had been converted by violence and injustice into this particular form, loyal, steady, permanent. He thought about Neville in the doorway of the third-floor room, afraid and staying. He thought about where that quality came from. "When the time comes," Harry said, "I'll make sure justice is done. Not revenge, justice. The difference matters." Augusta looked at him for a long moment. "Yes," she said. "It does." She looked at Neville, who was sitting very straight beside Harry with his chin at its newly calibrated elevation. Something in her expression opened briefly, the formidable exterior letting through a specific warmth. "You look like your father," she told him. Neville didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The third event was the thing Harry had known was coming for weeks, the slow build that Veyrath had been tracking with its sideways attention, the Horcrux hunt's first move. The locket at Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore had confirmed its location through his own sources and had arranged access through the Black family connection. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, was in Azkaban on charges Harry was increasingly convinced were wrong, but the property was accessible. He went with Dumbledore on a Thursday evening, side-along apparition, his first experience of the sensation, which was every bit as unpleasant as the vault's archive had warned but considerably faster. Grimmauld Place was a house that had the accumulated weight of generations of miserable people. Dressa caught it immediately, the layers of fear and pride and bitterness soaked into the walls, the specific quality of a place where love had been systematically prevented. The locket was in a glass cabinet in the drawing room, sitting next to various dark objects with the self-satisfied quality of something that knew what it was. Harry could feel Mortis register it from across the room, the soul fragment inside, the same wrongness as the scar but more contained, more deliberate, sealed inside an object rather than embedded in a living person. He picked it up. The Horcrux pushed back immediately, the fragment reacting to the rings the way the Quirrell fragment had reacted, with the specific outrage of something that has never been successfully resisted. It tried several approaches in quick succession, a wave of despair from Dressa's domain, a spike of physical cold from Mortis, a suggestion arriving in the back of his mind that was meant to be tempting and was more interesting than frightening as an example of Voldemort's psychological tactics. He held it and let it spend itself against the bond and felt Mortis read the soul fragment's structure, how it was sealed, what would release it, the specific application of force needed. He could feel Dumbledore beside him, tense with a readiness to intervene, and appreciated the restraint that kept the man from intervening. He destroyed it cleanly. The method was precise and took about 90 seconds and produced a sound like a scream that came from nowhere physical and lasted half that. Then the locket was an ordinary locket again, a pretty antique with a serpentine S on the front that Veyrath said was very old and Calith said had silver in it and that Mortis confirmed was now simply itself, nothing extra, nothing wrong. He set it on the cabinet. "One," he said. Dumbledore was looking at him with the expression he'd produced in the office when Harry had mentioned the Horcrux extraction work. "How long does each one take you?" he asked. "Depends on the method of creation and the time it's been sealed," Harry said. "The scar will be the hardest." He paused. "The snake will be the hardest in a different way. Because it's living. Because it's living and Voldemort, the full Voldemort, when he reconstitutes, will know the moment it's destroyed." Harry looked at Dumbledore. "That one has to be the last, and it has to be fast. When will he reconstitute?" Dumbledore asked. Harry thought about Veyrath, the sideways time sense, the threads converging. He thought about the scattered remnant from the third-floor corridor, drifting through the ambient magical field looking for something to cohere around. He thought about what coherence required, a body, willing or not, ritual magic, specific conditions. "He has followers who are still committed," Harry said. "Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew is alive, in hiding. He'll find Voldemort's remnant eventually, or it'll find him. After that, it's ritual preparation. A year, maybe 2. He looked at Dumbledore. "We have time to finish the Horcruxes first. But not much spare time." They went back to Hogwarts. The evening had the quality of a door opening onto a longer corridor, not the conclusion of something but the beginning of a new, more precise phase. Harry felt it in the bond, in the threads, in the slow steady convergence of everything toward what the vault's walls had described as the sovereign's primary function. When the world shakes, hold the thing that holds everything else. March brought 2 things that operated on completely different frequencies. The first was a letter from Lucius Malfoy. It arrived, to Hogwarts, formally addressed, through proper channels, which itself communicated something, a thick envelope with a seal that Harry recognized from the vault's archive as one of the older wizarding family's marks. The letter was 4 paragraphs of carefully constructed prose that managed to be simultaneously respectful and probing in the way of someone who was very good at both simultaneously. Lucius acknowledged the sovereign compact. He noted that his family's records also included compact history. He expressed something that was carefully worded to sound like an offer of support and was actually a question: what does the sovereign want, and is there space in that wanting for an alignment of interests? Harry read it twice. He thought about what Draco had said in the library: my father is going to be a problem. He thought about Verdani reading the letter and finding several small legalistic inaccuracies in Lucius's understanding of the compact, the kind that suggested his family's records were genuine but incomplete. He thought about the list of Wizengamot dissenters that Hermione had compiled in October, Lucius Malfoy's name prominent among them. He wrote back. The letter was shorter than Lucius's and more direct. The Sovereign Compact is not a political alignment. It doesn't offer space for the alignment of interests in the way you're describing. The bond doesn't work that way, and I expect your family's records are clear enough about that if you read them carefully. What the compact asks of everyone is simply that the foundation holds. You are welcome to support that or not. But I should be clear, I know what a Death Eater mark looks like in the magical field, Mr. Malfoy, and I know which members of the Wizengamot carry one dormant and unacknowledged. The compact's acknowledgement is on record now. That acknowledgement has implications for what can be done under its protection and what cannot. I'd read those implications carefully before deciding what alignment means. He sent it and went to dinner. Hermione, who had seen him writing, waited until he'd had half his meal and then asked, "Was that the Malfoy letter?" "Yes." "What did you say?" He summarized. She listened, quill in hand, and then looked at him with an expression that was impressed and slightly alarmed in equal measure. "You told Lucius Malfoy you know he has a Death Eater mark." "He does have one." "I know, but, he needed to know that I know," Harry said. The whole point of the compact's acknowledgement is that the shadows are harder to operate in when the lights are on. Hermione held his gaze for a moment, running the logic through, finding no error in it. "He's going to be furious," she said. "Good," Harry said. "Furious people make visible mistakes." She wrote something in her notes, the expression of someone filing a tactical principle. Across the hall, Draco was eating his dinner with an expression that had become his characteristic one over the past 2 months, private, working, doing its own thinking. He happened to look up at the same moment Harry glanced across, and there was a moment of eye contact that neither of them rushed to end. Draco looked away first, but not with the old contempt. With something more like the expression of someone reading very carefully and not finished yet. The second March development was the Patronus. Not Neville's, Harry's. He'd been able to produce a Patronus since October, but he'd never performed a full corporeal one, partly because the Defense Against Dark Arts curriculum hadn't reached it yet and partly because he'd been curious what form it would take and had been, without admitting it to himself entirely, waiting for a moment that felt right. The moment arrived on a Thursday evening on the Quidditch pitch. He'd been flying alone, Quidditch training with the Gryffindor team, which he'd joined in October at Oliver Wood's practically tearful insistence, was on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but the team had gone in and Harry had stayed out because the sky was clear and cold and he wasn't ready to come down yet. He flew with the complete physical ease that the rings provided, proprioception sharper than it should be at any age, balance absolute, spatial awareness mapping the entire pitch in 3 dimensions continuously. He flew the way he did everything else, cleanly, without waste, with his whole attention on it. He was thinking about the Horcruxes, about Voldemort's timeline, about the soul fragment in his scar and the progress he'd been making slowly and carefully over months. He was thinking about Neville's Patronus in the corridor, faint but real, produced by an 11-year-old on pure will, and thinking about his own, and what it might look like. He landed at the center of the pitch. He stood in the dark with his breath misting in the cold and raised his wand. The memory he chose was not dramatic. It was the library, and Agnes the ghost pressing her painted hands over her painted heart, and the feeling of Lucian's communicating she says hello, and the specific warmth of a 400-year wait ending. It was small and quiet and entirely, structurally real. The Patronus emerged from his wand tip in a rush of silver light that lit the entire pitch. It was a doe. He stood in the cold and the light and looked at it, the silver doe, his mother's form, perfect and still for a moment before it turned its head and looked at him with the gentle, absolute attention of something that had chosen this shape on purpose. He thought about his mother's green eyes in the vault when Bramwell had shown him the moment of being held. He thought about the letter, 11 rewrites, "I love you so much it breaks me." He thought about the doe that had been his mother's patroness, the shape of how she moved through the world. The silver doe looked at him for a long moment. Then it turned and walked a few steps, paused, looked back, the universal gesture of something asking you to follow. "I know," he said, quietly. "I'm coming." It dissolved back into silver light and the light faded and the pitch was dark again and cold. He stood there for a while, in no hurry to move. He thought about the threads converging. About everything built and being built and still to build. About the wound in the world that was Voldemort coming back together in the dark, finding its shape again, driven by the most absolute will he'd ever felt, not ambition, not strategy, but the pure terrified need of something that has looked at death and refused it, that has carved itself into pieces to avoid an ending, that has sacrificed everything human in order to persist. He thought, there is something sad in that, actually. Not sympathetic. But sad in the way of most things driven by pure fear. And then he thought, it doesn't matter. It's coming and I'll be here. He flew back to the castle and Hermione was in the common room with Neville and Luna, who had wandered over from Ravenclaw with the comfortable ease of someone for whom rules about which common rooms you were permitted to visit were more suggestion than law. Luna was telling Neville about Crumplehorn Snorkax with the serene confidence of someone relating observed fact, and Neville was listening with the polite earnestness of someone who had learned that Luna's certainty about the world often landed somewhere real even when the specific content was debatable. Harry sat down. Meridian flew from the dormitory and landed on his shoulder with the proprietary satisfaction of an owl who has decided her person has been outside long enough. "Good flight?" Hermione asked, without looking up. "Good flight," Harry said. Luna looked at him over the top of Neville's head with her direct, unencumbered eyes. "Your Patronus is a doe," she said. He looked at her. "You can see that?" "I could see the light from the Ravenclaw Tower," she said simply. "Silver, very bright." The shape was clear. She went back to her Snorkack description without transition. "Where were we?" "Ah yes, the horn." Harry looked at the fire. Outside, somewhere in Britain, Wormtail was running, and the remnant of Voldemort was drifting, and the two were moving on converging paths in the dark. He could feel it in Veratha's peripheral awareness, not immediately, not tonight, not this month. But the threads were tightening. The diary Horcrux had been destroyed before he'd arrived at Hogwarts, he'd discovered from Dumbledore's research. Lucius had planted it on a student in an earlier timeline that had been disrupted when Harry had gone to the ministry and changed the political landscape. The ring Horcrux was in a cave near the Gaunt family shack in Little Hangleton. The cup was in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault. The diadem was here in the castle, in the room of requirement. The snake was with Voldemort himself, wherever the remnant finally landed. 5 remaining. A year, maybe 2. He thought about the 12 rings warm on his fingers. About the doe made of silver light, his mother's shape, waiting at the edge of the pitch. He thought, I'll be ready. He was already ready. The fire crackled. Luna moved seamlessly from Snorkax to a theory about the Black Lake that involved 7 types of magical creature nobody else had catalogued. Neville listened with his chin in his hand and Trevor in his pocket and the expression of someone contentedly at home. Hermione made tea without being asked, because she'd learned everyone's preferences over the year, Neville's strong with too much sugar, Luna's with honey from the kitchen specifically, Harry's plain, and brought them all cups with the brisk care of someone who showed love through practical action and had recently worked out that this was, in fact, a valid form. Harry accepted his cup. He looked around the common room, at his people, at the fire, at the castle breathing around them, at the rings on his fingers catching the light. Out in the dark, Voldemort's remnant drifted and searched and feared, for the first time in its long, monstrous existence, something it could not strategize around. It didn't know what it feared yet. It only knew the shape of the fear, the specific, cold, unfamiliar sensation of recognizing something bigger than itself. Harry drank his tea. Let it fear. Let it prepare. Let it come together in whatever dark place it found and marshal whatever forces still answered to it and build itself back up to the full terrible thing it had been. He would be here. The sovereign was home, and the bond was acknowledged, and the world it had been built to protect was, for the moment, exactly where he intended to keep it. Whole. Chapter 8, The Sovereign Stands. Voldemort came back on a Tuesday in June. Harry knew the moment it happened. He was in the middle of a transfiguration practical. McGonagall had them attempting human-to-animal transformations, partial ones, controlled, when Mortis went cold against his finger, a sharp specific cold like a blade edge, and every other ring responded to it the way instruments in an orchestra respond when a dissonant note enters the room. He set down his wand. The ring on his left index finger was pointing. Not compass pointing, not the gradual directional hum he'd felt toward Quirrell. This was absolute. This was Mortis saying, the wound has closed. The broken thing has become whole. It is here. He stood up. McGonagall looked at him from the front. She read his face in the 2 seconds available and said, without asking a question, go. He went. In the corridor he let Lucens map the signal, not at Hogwarts, somewhere east, distance calculable, a location he cross-referenced against what Dumbledore had told him about the Riddle family graveyard in Little Hangleton, and the threads confirmed it. The ritual site. The right place for what Voldemort would have needed to reconstitute, the blood, the bone, the flesh, the specific dark magic that rebuilt a destroyed body from the fragments of a persisting soul. He'd known this was coming. He'd been ready for it for months, the Horcruxes worked through systematically, the ring destroyed in February during a trip to Little Hangleton with Dumbledore, who had been considerably more careful about it than Harry would have been alone and whose caution he'd appreciated given the ring's additional curse. The cup taken from Gringotts in March in an operation that had involved a dragon, a significant amount of chaos, and Hermione's ability to improvise under pressure, which turned out to be extraordinary. The diadem found in the Room of Requirement in April, destroyed the same afternoon. The diary already gone, destroyed years before Harry had arrived at Hogwarts. For down. The snake was the last anchoring Horcrux and it was with Voldemort now, in Little Hangleton, and Voldemort himself had just arrived in a body. Harry sent his Patronus, the Silver Doe, steady and precise, in 3 directions simultaneously. Dumbledore. Neville. The Conclave's contact point, because they'd been corresponding for 3 months and the archivist had turned out to be exactly what Harry had hoped, a person with genuine intelligence and genuine commitment who had been waiting for someone to give them a reason to act rather than merely observe. Then he moved. He didn't take the front door. He didn't take the corridors. He went through the castle the way the castle had been teaching him to go since September, through the passages that the building itself preferred, the routes that were quicker than they should be, the geometry that Hogwarts offered to the ones it knew well. He was outside in the grounds in 90 seconds and moving toward the boundary ward at a pace that had Caliph reading the ground under his feet for optimal footing and Etherian handling the small physical amplifications that meant he moved faster than his body's baseline. He was through the ward and operating before anyone else in the school had fully understood what had happened. Little Hangleton was a village that had the specific quality of places that have been touched by something dark and haven't finished processing it, the Riddle house on the hill visible from the road, old and empty, and below it the graveyard that was old in a different way, the oldness of a place that had been holding the dead for centuries and knew the work. He appeared at its edge and felt everything simultaneously. Voldemort was in the center of the graveyard. The body was new, constructed by dark ritual, but the presence inside it was ancient, the full soul, the original catastrophically powerful dark wizard, no longer the fragment that had latched onto Quirrell, no longer the remnant drifting through the ambient magical field. Whole. Real. Standing. He was tall, in the way that reconstructed bodies are sometimes wrong in their proportions, the magic having rebuilt toward the template of something that had been human once and wasn't anymore. Red eyes. The face that had moved past human beauty into something that had stopped caring about beauty, that had optimized for permanence instead. Around him, Death Eaters in a circle, 20, 30, Harry counted them in the second he had, Lucens mapping the full picture. Wormtail crouched at the edge, already damaged, already having paid the price of service that those who served this particular master always paid. Nagini was there. The snake, enormous and present, moving with the slow surety of something that had always known what it was. Voldemort had his wand up. He had not been expecting Harry. Harry could see that, the brief, controlled flash of it in the red eyes before the mask of total command reassembled itself. He'd been in the middle of an address to his Death Eaters, the return speech, the reclamation of power. He had not accounted for the sovereign seal arriving 30 seconds after his reconstitution. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. The voice was the thing the remnant had been reaching toward, this was it, the full voice, resonant and cold and entirely itself. "I expected you eventually." "Not immediately." "I had good information," Harry said. He stood at the edge of the circle of Death Eaters and looked at Voldemort across the graves, and he felt the 12 rings at full presence, all of them, the full cord, the sovereign bond running at maximum frequency for the first time since the vault. The graveyard's ambient magic shifted, the old stones, the sleeping dead, the accumulated weight of this particular place responding to the bond the way Hogwarts had responded, but older and rawer, the kind of response that came from things that had no politics, no history with institutions, just the deep recognition of fundamental law. The Death Eaters were looking at him. The circle hadn't moved, Voldemort hadn't given the command. He was studying Harry the way Harry was studying him, the mutual assessment of two people who have known about each other for a long time and are now finally in the same room. "The sovereign bond," Voldemort said. The red eyes moved to the rings. "I knew the vault had opened. I felt it through the network, even in the state I was in, I felt it." He tilted his head. "I considered coming for you then. A 9-year-old with 12 rings is still a 9-year-old. And now I'm 12, Harry said. "And now you're 12, Voldemort agreed, with something that was almost amusement. "And you've destroyed my Horcruxes." "4 of them," Harry said. "Working on the 5th. Nagini moved, a long sliding motion toward Harry. He looked at the snake, Caliph reading its nature, its consciousness, the warm intelligence of a creature that had been warped by long proximity to dark magic but was still, underneath, a living thing with its own being. He felt Mortis read the soul fragment sealed inside it. "Nagini," Voldemort said softly. The snake stopped. He was still watching Harry. "The 5th Horcrux." "You mean my snake?" "Yes." "Then you'll have to go through me to reach her." "I know," Harry said. "That's fine." The graveyard was quiet. The Death Eaters had the specific stillness of people in the presence of two things much larger than themselves, waiting for one of those things to move. Harry could feel their fear, Dressa picking it up in the ambient, not his fear, theirs, the fear of the people in the circle who had pledged themselves to a master who required everything and gave survival as the only return on investment. He could feel Wormtail specifically, the particular quality of someone who had always chosen the winning side and was currently doing the calculation about which side that was. Harry looked at Wormtail directly, for just a moment. The man flinched. "You have a choice," Harry said, to Wormtail, clearly and without particular emotion. "It's the same choice you always have. You don't have to be here." Wormtail stared at him. "Don't speak to my servants," Voldemort said. The command was smooth and absolute, the voice of someone who had spent decades being obeyed and felt no need to raise it to achieve that. "They're not your servants," Harry said, looking back at Voldemort. "They're people who made a choice, and they can make a different one." He looked around the circle, unhurried. "That goes for all of you. I'm not interested in vengeance against people who walk away. I'm interested in the thing at the center of this circle." Several of the Death Eaters moved. Not toward Harry, adjustments, the physical micro-movements of people reconsidering their positions. Voldemort's red eyes tracked them with the absolute attention of someone cataloging every defection before it becomes one. "Enough," he said. And then, to Harry, you're a child with old jewelry. You destroyed my Horcruxes, I'll grant you that, that's more than I expected from anyone. But the bond isn't a weapon. It's a law. And I gave up the pretense of following laws a very long time ago. You gave up the pretense, Harry said. Not the reality. The law doesn't stop existing because you stopped following it. Laws exist because people enforce them, Voldemort said. What are you going to do, Potter? Cite the Founders' Compact at me? No, Harry said. He raised his right hand, palm out. I'm going to enforce it. Voldemort moved first. The killing curse came green and absolute from his wand, the most certain thing in the magical world, the one spell with no counter, no block, no physical defense. Harry watched it come. He stepped aside. Not dramatically, not with a wand-raised theatrical dodge. He simply wasn't in the path of it, his body having moved with the fluid economy of Varatha's trajectory reading and Etherian's physical amplification, and the curse hit the gravestone behind him and the stone cracked and the green light dissipated into nothing. Voldemort fired again. Harry moved again, same ease, same unhurried quality. A third time, and Harry moved a third time, and the graveyard was full of green light that kept not connecting with anything. How are you doing that? Voldemort said. The smoothness had developed an edge. Not quite anger, the precise, cold frustration of a perfect machine encountering something that shouldn't be able to resist it. Varath, Harry said. Time and fate. The trajectory of every spell you throw exists a fraction of a second before it leaves your wand. I just don't stand in the trajectory. Voldemort went still. Processing. Reassessing. Harry pressed forward. Not with the killing curse, he wouldn't use that, wouldn't, the bond wasn't built for killing in cold blood and he wasn't interested in cold blood. What he used was the full chord, 12 domains simultaneously, the way he'd run them in the vault on that first night, the way the warmth had expanded and the room had blazed with golden light. He pushed it outward like a tide, a full sovereign pulse, and the graveyard responded the way everything built on the bond's foundation responded, the old magic in the earth, the deep architecture that the 12 founders had laid down, everything that the current world was built on top of. The ground lit. Not fire, light, golden light moving through the earth in channels like rivers, following the ancient networks that ran beneath every magical community in Britain and Europe and beyond, the fundamental infrastructure of the magical world, and Harry stood at the center of it and felt it flow through him the way a river flows through a narrow place, concentrated and enormous and completely natural. The Death Eaters broke. Not all of them at once, several in immediate response to the light, turning and running, the calculation having completed in their favor the moment the graveyard began to glow. Others held for a moment longer, looking at Voldemort, waiting for the command that would steady their nerve. Voldemort didn't give it. He was focused entirely on Harry. Wormtail ran. Harry let him go and filed it under later. Nagini struck. She came fast, from the left, the enormous body moving with the speed of something that had been waiting for the right moment, and the right moment was Harry's attention being on Voldemort. She came for his left side, jaws open, and Harry turned to meet her without panic, without the adrenaline spike that would have thrown off his movement, and put his left hand flat against her head. Mortis and Caliph together. Death domain and nature domain, the combination that could reach into a living thing and speak to what it was at the deepest level. He didn't kill the snake. He reached past the Horcrux, past the dark magic wrapped around her consciousness, past the years of Voldemort's influence, and found the snake itself, the actual creature, old and aware and deeply bound to a master it had never questioned because questioning had never been offered as an option. He offered it now. You don't have to be what he made you, he said, quietly, in Parseltongue, because Bramlin and the connection to ancestry and the scar had given him that language along with everything else, and he'd known it since the zoo when he was 9 and had always understood it was his mother's gift rerouted through the wrong vessel. The snake was still. Voldemort was utterly still. Then Harry felt Mortis find the Horcrux and destroy it. The soul fragment in Nagini wasn't like the others, it had been there longer, deeper, but the separation principle held, and he pulled it free from the living thing it had contaminated, and it came apart the way they all came apart, with that sound like a scream from nowhere physical, and then it was gone. Nagini, just a snake now, enormously old and profoundly confused, pulled back. Her head turned toward Voldemort, then toward Harry, the yellow eyes doing a calculation Harry couldn't fully read, but that Caliph said was the fundamental question every creature asked when its circumstances changed. What am I now? Free, Harry said. The snake moved away into the dark beyond the gravestones. Gone. Voldemort made a sound. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't the operatic rage of a theatrical villain. It was quieter than that, and worse, the sound of something that has just felt itself become mortal. All the Horcruxes gone, the magical architecture of immortality dismantled, and the full weight of that arriving in Voldemort's body as a physical sensation, the vulnerability of being only a thing that could die. He turned that vulnerability into attack the way he turned everything into attack, immediately, without processing, without the moment of fear that any human would have taken, because he had spent so long excising the human parts of himself that fear had nothing left to live in. The curses came faster. Not just the killing curse, everything he had, the full catalogue of a dark wizard who had spent 60 years refining his craft, curse after curse after curse, filling the graveyard with dark light and the specific wild energy of something fighting with everything it had left. Harry moved through it. He moved the way he'd moved against the Conclave operative in the Hogwarts grounds, the way he'd moved in the defense classroom in the moments he'd stopped pretending to be ordinary, with the fluid, economical ease of someone who had mapped every trajectory before it arrived and had all the space in the world to not be in it. Aetherian deflected what required deflection. Veyrath read what required reading. Verdani held the fundamental structure of the bond against the attempts to corrupt or override it. He wasn't afraid. That was the thing. He'd been examining it as it happened, with the specific internal attentiveness he brought to everything, and what he found was not the absence of appropriate caution but the presence of something more structural than courage, the certainty that what he was doing was exactly what he was for, that the bond had recognized him for this the way the vault had recognized him 3 years ago in Godric's Hollow, that he was standing exactly where the architecture required him to stand. He moved through the curses and closed the distance and stopped 3 feet from Voldemort. Up close, the red eyes had something in them he hadn't seen before from a distance. Something he recognized through Dress's reading, not the shape of emotion exactly, but its shadow. What was in those eyes was the thing Voldemort had sacrificed the most to eliminate, the thing all the Horcruxes and the ritual magic and the decades of dark work had been aimed at destroying, and it was still there, under everything, the way old scars are still there under new skin. Fear. You're afraid of dying, Harry said. Voldemort's wand was raised. You're 12 years old, he said. The smoothness had been replaced by something more fundamental. You have powerful toys. That is not the same, Tom, Harry said. The name hit like a physical thing. Voldemort's whole body responded to it, not recoil, something deeper, the response of a wound that has been covered for so long that you've forgotten it's there until someone finds it. That's your name, Harry said. Tom Marvolo Riddle. You were a child in an orphanage who found out he was magical and decided that meant he could be more than what the world had given him. That's not, he paused. That's not a bad starting place. That's understandable. Don't, Voldemort said. You went wrong, Harry said, when you decided the way to be more than what the world gave you was to take everything from the world. When you decided the thing to do with fear was to make everyone else afraid instead. He looked at the red eyes and the destroyed face and the wand and the 50 years of horror behind this moment. You could have been something else. I am what I chose to be, Voldemort said, and his voice had the specific quality of someone defending a decision they've lived inside for so long they can't see it from the outside. You're a man who's afraid of death, Harry said. Who broke himself into pieces to avoid it. Every piece you made cost you something human, and now you're standing here with no pieces left and no humanity left and nothing between you and the thing you've spent your whole life running from. He kept his voice level, informational, not cruel. I'm not going to kill you. I want you to understand that. A pause. You're not, Voldemort started. The bond doesn't work through killing, Harry said. You can't hold the law together by breaking it. I'm not here to destroy you. He looked at him steadily. I'm here to stop you. There's a difference. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. The difference being. Killing ends the person, Harry said. What I'm going to do ends the threat. He raised both hands, palm out, 12 rings blazing with the golden light that had lit the graveyard's earth. Every piece of your soul that you put outside yourself is gone. You're whole again, which means you're mortal. Vulnerable. And I am going to seal that. Seal, Verdani came fully online. The law ring, the binding oaths ring, the domain that dealt in contracts and strictures and the deep magic of things agreed and made permanent. Harry had been preparing this application since March, working through the theory with Dumbledore, refining it with the vault's archive, testing the smallest version of it on objects, understanding the shape of it. He'd known this was where the confrontation ended, not in death, because the bond didn't require death, but in something older and more complete than death. He said the words, not in English, not in Latin, in the original language of the compact, the one that had been delivered to him along with everything else when the 12th ring had settled, the language that the 12 founders had used to build the foundations of the magical world. Voldemort recognized the language. Harry could see it, the red eyes widening, the wand hand dropping fractionally as the brain behind it ran a calculation it hadn't run before, a calculation that had never had occasion to run because this particular response didn't exist in any grimoire or dark text or catalogue of defenses. It existed only in the vault's archive, in the original compact, in the section that the 12 founders had written and sealed against exactly this kind of necessity. The sealing was not dramatic. It didn't explode or blaze. It arrived with the quiet absolute certainty of something that had always been true being made formally true, the settlement of a legal document, the closing of a long-running case. What it sealed was not Voldemort's magic. Not his body, not his consciousness. It sealed his capacity to make others afraid. The specific mechanism by which his power perpetuated itself, the fear, the compulsion, the way his presence made the world contract around the people in it until they could see nothing but him and what he wanted. The bond identified it with Dressa's precision and Verdani's authority and sealed it the way you seal a wound, cleanly and permanently. He didn't become harmless. He didn't become small. He was still Tom Riddle with 60 years of dark magic knowledge and a wand and a body and the raw intelligence that had always been extraordinary. But the specific terror, the specific gravity that had bent the world around him for decades, that was gone. He would feel it. Harry could see it happening in his face, the recognition of an absence, like a sound you've heard so long you've stopped hearing it, and then it stops, and the silence is enormous. Voldemort looked at his hands. Then at Harry. What did you do? He said. Sealed the mechanism, Harry said. You're still yourself. But you can't make anyone afraid of you specifically anymore. You can't compel, can't project that particular quality outward. The Death Eaters who stayed because they were too afraid to leave, they're going to discover they can leave. He lowered his hands. And you're mortal. You're going to have to decide what to do with that. You should have killed me, Voldemort said, and the flat certainty in his voice was more human than anything he'd said all night. More real. I don't need to, Harry said. And the world doesn't need me to. He looked at him steadily. Go, Tom. Go and work out what to do with a human life. There's a ministry, and an aura department, and about 30 Death Eaters who are going to be answering questions in the morning. I'm going to make sure they're answered fairly. A pause. You should get there before they make their statements. Voldemort stared at him. I'm not your enemy, Harry said. I'm the thing that holds the world together. That includes you. Broken things aren't fixed by destroying the pieces. A long silence. The graveyard's golden light was fading now, the bond settling back to its background frequency, the earth quiet. Somewhere beyond the boundary of the graveyard there were apparition sounds, Dumbledore arriving, others arriving, the magical world beginning to respond to what had happened here. Voldemort looked at the arriving shapes in the dark beyond the graveyard's edge. Then he looked at Harry one more time. The red eyes had something in them that had never been there, the specific quality of a man encountering something he doesn't have a framework for and knowing it. He disapparated. Harry let him go. Dumbledore arrived first, at Harry's shoulder, slightly breathless, wand drawn. He took in the graveyard, the broken gravestones, the golden residue in the earth, the absence of Voldemort, the scattered Death Eaters, some of them still present and sitting with the expressions of people who have just had their primary emotional organizing principle removed. "He's gone," Harry said. "I see." Dumbledore looked at the graveyard, reading it the way he read everything. The Horcruxes? All destroyed. And Voldemort himself? Mortal. Sealed. Harry turned to face him directly. He's going to have to make a choice. For the first time in his life, actually make one, without the architecture of fear supporting it. He paused. "I don't know what he'll do." "Nor do I," Dumbledore said. "And then, was it safe to let him go?" "It was right to let him go," Harry said. "Safe is a different question. But the bond works in full or it doesn't work. I'm not going to hollow it out by killing someone who wasn't actively trying to kill me at that moment." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "Your mother," he said, "would have made the same choice." Harry was quiet. He felt Bramwin warm against his finger. "Probably," he said. The Aurors arrived in the next 10 minutes, operating in groups, assessing the scene with professional efficiency. The Death Eaters who remained, 8 of them, all of the ones who had stayed past the bond's light, were rounded up with the specific careful management of people who were no longer projecting terror and were, in the absence of that, mostly just people who had made terrible choices and were now going to be accountable for them. Wormtail would be found. Harry had already sent Lucens tracing his path the moment he'd run, the navigational sense following the magical signature through the dark. An Auror team would have him by morning. The Lestranges were in Azkaban already. The Malfoys, Lucius and Narcissa, were in the graveyard. Lucius was one of the 8. He sat on a gravestone with the expression of a man for whom several things had just changed simultaneously and who was performing no performance because there was no one left to perform for. Harry crouched in front of him. Lucius looked at him. The coldly composed face, the aristocratic bearing, still there, the posture still intact, but the specific cold authority that had always backed it up was absent, and without it the face was just a man. Tired. Old in a way that the composure had been hiding. "Your son," Harry said, "is going to be all right." Lucius looked at him sharply. "He made different choices," Harry said. "From the moment he got the information he needed to make them. That matters." He stood. "It'll be up to the Wizengamot, your situation. I'll say what I saw here. But Draco's record is his own." Lucius Malfoy said nothing. But something in his face, some long-held tension, structural and deep, released very slightly, the way a fist unclenches when the danger passes, and he looked at the ground and was quiet. Harry walked away. Dumbledore fell into step beside him as they moved toward the edge of the graveyard. Behind them the Aurors were working, the methodical sound of a large organization doing its best work, and the graveyard's old stones stood patient and unchanged as they'd always stood. "What happens now?" Dumbledore asked. "Wizengamot trials," Harry said. "Fairly conducted. The sealing of Voldemort's specific mechanism is public record, Verdani's workings always are, that's how binding oaths work, they're visible to the bond. Everyone will know what was done and why." He thought for a moment. Sirius Black. "I need someone to look at his case, properly, this time. Wormtail's capture makes his innocence provable." "I'll ensure it personally," Dumbledore said. "And the Horcrux in the scar," Harry said. "I've been working on it for months. It's close." He felt it as he said it, Mort his attending, the constant low-level work that had been going on since October, the incremental separation of the foreign fragment from the tissue it had embedded in. A few more weeks. Will it hurt? Dumbledore asked, and the question was direct and personal and uncomplicated by any strategy. I don't know, Harry said honestly. I think it'll feel like something ending that shouldn't have been there. He paused. But I've been getting used to that feeling. They reached the boundary of the graveyard. Beyond it, the lane, the village, the ordinary world going about its Tuesday evening. The magical world is going to have a great deal to say about tonight, Dumbledore said. Yes, Harry said. You're 12. 12 and a half, Harry said. A fine distinction. I find distinctions useful, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled. The specific, genuine, slightly rueful smile of a man who has been surprised into something real. I owe you an apology, he said. For the years of planning around you rather than with you. For the portraits in my office that reported on your school year without your knowledge. I know about the portraits, Harry said. Dumbledore stopped. McGonagall's office too, Harry said. And the one in the hospital wing. He looked at the old man with the direct, uncomplicated gaze he brought to everything. You were afraid I'd be alone in this. That without someone watching from above you'd miss something important. That I'd need protecting and not know to ask for it. Yes, Dumbledore said. I know, Harry said. And I was alone in it for 3 years before Hogwarts, and I was fine, and I understand why you did it. He paused. Don't do it anymore. No, Dumbledore said. I won't. They shook hands, which was a slightly formal gesture for the end of a graveyard confrontation with the Dark Lord, but Harry found he didn't mind it. It had the quality of something being made real, not a new thing, but the acknowledgement of something that had been building toward this for a year. A genuine alliance between two people who both loved the world and had very different ideas about how to hold it and had found the overlap between those ideas and decided to work from there. Dumbledore disapparated. Harry stood in the lane alone for a moment. The night was warm, mid-June, the sky clear, stars visible above the village in the way they were only visible away from cities. He could name every one of them, Lucens having mapped them all, and each one had a meaning in the old navigation tradition, and what they were saying right now, collectively, was something he chose to interpret as well done. He looked at his hands. 12 rings in the dark, each one catching the starlight in its own way, the blue-white stone of Aetherian, the pale stone of Vairath that twisted the light sideways, the clear stone of Solvain pulsing once. The dark warmth of Mortis. Dressa, still and deep. Calith, warm with the sounds of the summer night. Farron catching the light with metallic precision. Zorith, which he'd used least and which hummed with something that felt like patience. Verdani, warm with the specific warmth of work done according to the law it was built for. Lucens, still mapping. Bramwin, warm and personal. Umbraxis, the shadow ring, which had been quietly present all evening in ways he'd note when he had time to review. 12 rings. One boy, 12 years old, standing in a lane in Yorkshire at 11:30 on a Tuesday night. He thought about the vault. 3 years ago. His hands pressing against the flagstone and the sound like a held breath finally released, and the stairs going down into the blue-white light. The plinth. 12 recesses. The moment of white light and the message that hadn't been in words. You kept us waiting a long time. Welcome home. He thought, I know. I'm here now. He apparat back to Hogwarts. The great hall was lit when he arrived, all 4 house tables occupied, students who hadn't been able to sleep, who had felt something shift in the magical world and come downstairs because being together felt right. The enchanted ceiling ran a clear summer night, the same stars he'd just been standing under, rendered faithfully in every detail. McGonagall was at the staff table with tea. The twins were at the Gryffindor table with cards. Cedric Diggory was at Hufflepuff with several of his housemates, sitting with the alert, decent attention of someone who had decided that being awake and available was the right response to not knowing what was happening. Neville was at the Gryffindor table, and he looked up the moment Harry came through the door. The relief in his face was honest and immediate and produced without any attempt to look less concerned than he'd been. Hermione was beside him. She had a quill. She had parchment. She looked at Harry with the expression she'd developed over a year of looking at Harry returning from things, the quick, complete assessment, the single most important question asked by its absence, "Are you all right?" Luna was there too, cross-legged on the bench with the Quibbler, and she looked at him over its upside-down pages with her direct, unencumbered eyes and said, "I knew it was tonight." The stars were positioned correctly. They were, Harry agreed. He sat down. Neville pushed a plate of something the kitchens had apparently produced automatically because the kitchens at Hogwarts seemed to understand that sometimes people needed food and wouldn't think to ask for it. "Voldemort?" Neville asked. "Dealt with," Harry said. "Dead?" "No." Neville took this in with a small nod that said he'd had enough acquaintance with Harry's methods to trust the outcome even when it wasn't the obvious one. "Hermione," he said, "you owe me 2 sickles." "I never bet," Hermione said, writing something. "You bet that I made a calculated prediction, which is different." "It is not different, it's structurally distinct." Harry ate his food and let this run and felt the warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the rings. The ordinary warmth of being in a room with people who were arguing about a bet while sitting at a table they'd kept a place at the Gryffindor end specifically for him to sit down at. Fred leaned across from the card game. "How was it?" "Fine," Harry said. "Scale of 1 to exploding a graveyard?" "The graveyard survived," Harry said. "Mostly." George looked at Fred. "Mostly," George repeated, with the specific appreciation of someone who values partial disaster as an aesthetic category. The hall continued its late-night hum. More students drifted in as the hour moved toward midnight, drawn by the warmth and the company and the specific instinct that when the world has been uncertain, being together is the correct response. McGonagall came down from the staff table at some point and sat at the end of the Gryffindor table without comment, which was the most Gryffindor thing Harry had ever seen her do, and poured herself more tea. At midnight Dumbledore's Patronus arrived, a phoenix, naturally, silver and enormous, filling the great hall with light, and said that Voldemort had walked into the Ministry of Magic at 11:45 and presented himself to the Aura Department, and that the magical world was about to become a very complicated and interesting place. The hall went completely quiet. Then someone, somewhere at the Hufflepuff table, started laughing. Not nervously, the genuine laugh of something simply being funny, Voldemort walking into the ministry to turn himself in because the sovereign bond had taken the other options away, and the laugh spread, became something the whole hall was doing, the collective release of something that had been held tight for decades finally being allowed to let go. Harry sat in the middle of it and felt the 12 rings on his fingers and the castle breathing around him and thought about a sealed vault beneath a ruined house, and a boy standing at the bottom of 44 stairs with £2 in his pocket and nowhere to be. He thought about the plinth and the 12 recesses and the moment the 12th ring had settled and the world had gone white. He thought about his mother's face. He thought about Neville in a doorway, afraid and staying. He thought about Hermione's handwriting on ministry correspondence, crisp and precise and completely sure of itself. He thought about Luna and her upside-down magazine and the stars positioned correctly. He thought about Dumbledore shaking his hand in a lane in Yorkshire. He thought about the dough made of silver light, turning at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, and saying without saying, "I'm coming. I know. I'm coming." He looked around the great hall, at the people in it, at the enchanted ceiling running its honest map of the summer sky, at the castle holding everything with its 1,000-year patience, at the world it contained, complicated and flawed and full of people who were mostly trying and sometimes failing and capable, when given something worth building toward, of remarkable things. He thought, yes. This is what it's for. He picked up his fork. He ate his dinner. Around him the hall talked and laughed and slowly, over the next hour, found its way back to something that was not quite normal and was considerably better, something that would need a new word, eventually, because normal had never quite been right for a world that had the magical architecture of the sovereign bond in it, running beneath everything, holding the load, doing the work. He would find the word eventually. He had time. The scar on his forehead tingled, once, and was quiet, Mortis finishing its slow, careful work, the last fragments of something that had never belonged there finally gone, the wound that had been there since before he could remember closing cleanly, leaving behind nothing but smooth skin and the ordinary surface of a boy's forehead. He reached up and touched it briefly. Then he put his hand back on the table, 12 rings warm in the light of 1,000 enchanted candles, and was exactly, completely, finally what he'd always been. Himself. Whole. Home.